Welcome to regular stream. I will fix that bug with the bot as well. Well, it's not even a bug, it just... Well, it is a bug, but it just doesn't do something that it needs to do. Very good. Wait, what is this? Wait. What am I missing with this emote combo from Awesomeness? Optical disc lol W horse? Like, what is that? All right, shout out to YouTube. Let's do this. I'm logging in. I'm logging into Runestone Rat. I'm looting the daily chest. Here we go. Daily chest has been looted. To write a bot, or do you from scratch? It's from scratch with a notable exception. The actual IRC client it uses is written by Plenix, but he wrote that from scratch. So it's basically from scratch, yeah. Oh, Discourse? Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Right, okay. I'm gonna do World vs. World Dailies and maybe just like spam some raids or something. That is the plan. EB. Wait, someone on YouTube won the Doot list. That's rare, guys. That does not happen all the time. Maybe this. This isn't a psyop? Look, you should know that everything is a psyop. Yeah, I think it's something to do with the 2K streaming. I don't know why, to be honest. It's weird because it looks fine on OBS. You know, I see the little, I see the sound thing going up and down. Rather curious. But anyway, Plenix is not in PvP, guys. Hey, what is this? Is this URACM? What is this? Wait, bonus meme Plenga. Wait, can I donate to the wheel? Let me see if I can donate to the wheel. Is the wheel back? Wait, no, the wheel's gone. URACM. It's URACM. Feels good after that. Are you going to need changes recommended to make further changes? Not really. It doesn't need to change. He's retiring the wheel? No. Well, look, he says he's retiring the wheel, but we'll obviously try and convince him otherwise. Like, the Wheel of Misfortune, it must continue. Like, it has to. He can't stop the Wheel of Misfortune. Because if he doesn't spin the Wheel of Misfortune, that means we'll never see... Well, he'll never play hardcore. That's the problem. 100 euros for each spin? Making it a sub-goal could be pretty interesting, actually. Sub-goal, the Wheel of Misfortune. 5-stack unranked with him? That would do. 5-stack unranked push is disgusting. The post about balance stream December 15th? Yeah, but I mean, we already knew that was happening. They already confirmed that a while ago. It was actually Bog Otter who confirmed that, if I'm not mistaken. So that's actually not new information. In fact, Trig literally confirmed it was happening. Well, he didn't confirm it. Like, he declared that it will be on Monday at normal stream time. On this very stream. Dude, look. Planix will be able to get his revenge on me in the next Divinity playthrough. So here's the context, guys. Okay, spoiler alert for people who haven't played Divinity, Original Sin 2. But basically, right at the end, it actually becomes pure PvP. Only one person can basically win the game, quote unquote. So you PvP each other at the end. And seriously, this is crazy stuff. In the end, it came down to a 1v1, me versus Planix, and I one-shot him with Onslaught. He got a little bit too close. I was able to make contact with him. And I literally 100 0'd him with a brutal Onslaught attack. What class is this? This is Ritualist. Shark BRI, thanks for the Prime. More balance in the balancing that brought us Line Breaker, reduced the Aegis duration from 4 to 3 seconds in World versus World only. Well, I think that change was more to keep it in parity with the protection uptime going down, I guess, in World versus World specifically. But yeah, the previous balance match, I think it was a little bit of a soft touch. I think they're going to go a lot harder in the next one. They were pretty chill, right? They didn't go too crazy on just nuking anything from orbit. So I think they will actually address that. Next Divinity game will be third person, like Divinity 2. It would be interesting, actually. Like, I think there was some rumors that it might not even be... So I don't know where people are getting this from. This is just like pure speculation and rumors. But there's some rumors that it wouldn't even be turn-based. Actually, which would obviously be a really big break. Although I will say there's some interesting interpretation there, because you could argue that like Baldur's Gate 3, for example, kind of has like synchronous turns, which I think was it's actually a really big improvement, in my opinion, over Divinity, for example. That was like one of the really big upgrades, I think, is that, man, like I recall because I played Divinity Original Sin 2 with Planix, Frosty, and Jester, and holy shit, dude, sometimes a battle would take, no joke, like 50 minutes, because everyone takes their turn in order, right? And the battles can be pretty long, right? There's a lot of things you can think about and different choices you can make, obviously, on how to approach the fight. And yeah, like turns being, turns being like one after the other is absolutely insane. So yeah, that would be very interesting if they go a different direction. Real time with pause. Yeah, and there are a lot of kind of tactical RPGs that have that approach, right? Isn't Dragon Age like this? Where there's almost like, you can very quickly swap between a kind of turn-based approach, but also a real-time thing as well. Pathfinder? Yeah, I think I watched Frosty play Pathfinder, and it is like that as well, yeah. So there's like a couple of approaches they could go for. Which is also very interesting. Well, yeah, it's funny, and to be honest, that makes it more exciting for me because, look, truth be told, guys, I'm actually not the biggest fan of combat systems like Divinity. I don't really like turn-based combat. I much prefer real-time. But I think the combat is so good in Divinity, it kind of overruled that for me. It was just so good and so exciting that I liked it. I really liked it despite that, if that makes any sense. So if they go in a more kind of real-time angle, that's going to make the game even better, I think. So that's really exciting. Obviously it's very early days, so it's, you know, kind of in the rumor stage, but we'll have to see what they come up with. It's certainly looking like it's going to a pretty dark place, though, as well. Pretty intense. Although, to be honest, like, Divinity kind of is that way. It is pretty gnarly. It's just that, you know, it's not as visually obvious in the gameplay itself. There's some pretty messed up stuff that happens in Divinity. You know, if you think about what's actually happening in Fort Joy, for example, it's not good. So they're clearly kind of using that that big budget they've got after their like overwhelming success with Baldur's Gate 3, and honestly, like their more recent games, to go big. Honestly, though, I'll tell you what, guys, I love to see the success of games like Divinity and Baldur's Gate 3, and of course, Clair Obscur as well, because to me, it represents a bit of a trend, a change in the industry, right? A really positive change in the industry. A smaller studio can actually deliver a crazy product. It isn't just going to be the same old AAAs forever. And I think that there was a bit of an assumption that we were almost like stuck in hell, right? We were stuck in AAA hell forever. And I think it's really good that studios like Larian are now going, well, actually, no. Actually, we think that even a single microtransaction would diminish the experience, right? And they dropped that. Okay, I mean, look, and I love to see that. That was like a massive shade cast at the industry. Like, nope, no microtransactions. And I think it's really exciting to actually see that there are studios rising up that are kind of bucking the trend, right? Like, I think that there's a lot of apathy, there's a lot of cynicism about the gaming industry right now and how it's doomed and how it's dog shit. And yeah, I can understand why. It doesn't come from nowhere, obviously. But yeah, no, I think it's really exciting. Like, seeing stuff like this pop up is really good. Not only, obviously, for those studios themselves and for fans of those for those series and for those games, but also for everyone who's a gamer, right? Everyone who's into gaming in general, is that having, again, smaller studios, less corporate studios that are behaving more ethically, right? And are more consumer friendly, being rewarded for that, it's really, really good. It's why, even though I didn't finish Baldur's Gate 3 and I didn't actually like the game that much, to be honest, I didn't refund it, even though I think I actually could have done with Steam's refund policy. I didn't do it very deliberately because, yeah, I want to see that studio rewarded for not being a horrible company, for being a sign of change, positive change in the gaming industry. Very good. Yeah, and the break, exactly, yeah. And it's some fresh ideas, right? Some new ideas. No, I did not play very much Baldur's Gate 3 at all. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty obvious very early on that it was not gonna be for me. Game of the years tend not to have microtransactions. I mean, yeah, that's not a surprise, right? But yeah, dude, I feel bad for someone making an amazing game. Because, dude, you're gonna have such a rough time, no? Like, over the next couple of years, you're gonna have Divinity releasing, which is basically guaranteed Game of the Year, and GTA 6, which, let's be honest, is gonna be almost guaranteed Game of the Year. You know what will be hype? Okay, let me tell you this, guys. They need to drop Divinity and GTA in the same year, right? Because then we can have, that will be spicy. Like, that would actually be some content. And Witcher 4. Yeah, they need to drop all three of those in the same year so we can have a really exciting Game of the Year award. Incredible. about other Game of the Year candidates will be huge content. I mean, I don't really, you know, I know you're kind of memeing, but at the end of the day, right, like everyone's passionate, right, about their game. Like, oh yeah, my game has to be Game of the Year, right? All these other games are dog shit. Nah, I think that's fun. We like to see that, to be honest. Like, we love to see it even. It often toxicity in the industry, making other companies look terrible. Yeah, that's actually a great point, Froggy, actually, because there's been this assumption, and this is gaslighting. Let's be real, guys. We have been gaslit by the gaming industry. Oh, we can't make a AAA big game without microtransactions, without predatory purchases, without anti-consumer practice. We just can't do that. I'm sorry, guys. It's not realistic to have a big budget, massive scope, highly polished game without all of this anti-consumer practice. We just can't do it. And Larian proved that that is a lie. That's just a lie. That's just a blatant lie. Because they made Baldur's Gate 3, which is one of the biggest games ever made, one of the highest production value games ever made, one of the most detailed games ever made. And they did it without anti-consumer practice, right? There's no anti-consumer practice. I think there was pre-orders, which is technically anti-consumer, but that's like one of the mildest forms of anti-consumer practice. Yeah. How expansive the online component is. That is true. That is true. Like, I think having like a live service component makes it very complicated. So there is that. But still. Check for undelivered drops. How do you feel about the rise of AI assets in games and the mistrust surrounding finding out a game you like use AI assets after the fact? I'm thinking of the Alt as an example. It's kind of a really interesting meme, I think. Like the problem with AI, I think AI should always be disclosed, certainly now. But the problem with AI, it just needs to be better regulated. Like, realistically, AI is going to end up being a pretty important part of, I think, industry in general. I don't think there's any way around that. The important part is doing it right. And in games, it should obviously be disclosed as of right now, and there just needs to be like some proper regulation so it can be done ethically. Like for example, like here's a really interesting example. Like, people really don't like AI art assets, right? But here's an interesting question. Would people be opposed to AI code? And I think if you asked people that, the answer is no. People would not have a problem with AI written code. And to be honest, it's probably pretty prevalent already, especially in smaller studios, especially with maybe it's a developer who has a lot of skills with art or music, but maybe they're not a particularly proficient programmer. And that's where like AI can allow them to develop their project because it can write code pretty effectively. So it's kind of more like AI is a tool. We just need to use it. We need to use it well, and we need to use it ethically. Overwatch is the only one that's fundamentally a live service game, and the only winner with microtransactions as well. That's, yeah, I didn't actually, I can't even remember. I didn't even remember that Overwatch won Game of the Year. That's crazy. But no, I think the issue, I guess what I'm trying to point out here is the issue is not with AI inherently. The issue is with how people use that tool, right? I think we can agree on that, right? Like, that's the problem. The problem is it being used ethically? Is it being used appropriately? And is it being used well? Yeah. On my way to deliver some drops. Dude, 60, seriously, that's crazy. Holy shit. Yeah. Don't know how often Cloudflare takes the shit. True. But yeah, that would be my, I guess, my thought on AI in gaming. AI is just lazy and shitification, accidental even. Okay, look, I will give you guys a very small example of how, in my opinion, I think AI can be used pretty well. So I recently basically reworked my Twitch bot so it could work for YouTube, right? And this was a feature that I wanted for a long time since I started multi-streaming, but it's a bit of a headache. One, I'm not familiar with the YouTube API nearly as well as I am with the Twitch API. The documentation is much, much worse. And in general, the API is a lot more unwieldy. And, you know, I'm a busy guy, right? You know, I'm busy. And it's just one of those things that I just didn't have the time to get into the nitty gritty of and do a good job. AI did that for me in hours, right? And this was something that, look, I will say this, guys, and you know, make of this what you will. Without AI, realistically, that task wouldn't be done. I'll be completely real with you. Like, additionally, this wasn't really because of the AI. Like, a lot of the actual logic refactoring was done by me, a human. But without the assistance of AI to basically do the boilerplate stuff, right? Like the dredge work, in the code, dude, it just wouldn't have happened, right? And now the bot, the version of the bot that I have now is significantly better than the previous version, because I was able to work so much more efficiently because of AI. And it is better, it performs better, it is less buggy, it is way more stable, because I was able to offload a lot of crap to Copilot. Right? So, and what I'm trying to get at here is it really is how you use it. Because I agree, if you use the AI to just write slop dog shit code and you don't understand it, you can't manage it, then yeah, it's a useless tool and it makes your product or your service worse. But that's not really new, right? Like vibe coding, or rather, you know, the concept of vibe coding is not new, guys. There's people fucking copy pasting from goddamn Stack Overflow, right? Or blah, 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 whatever. That's not new information. So if you do it shit, yeah, it's gonna be bad. But if you actually understand how to use the tool appropriately, it's very powerful. Yeah. Quick results for commands and fixes. It loves crawling the Arch wiki and forums me. Exactly, it actively enjoys it as well. So I think the issue is very complicated. Also, notice how I completely ignored Limboni's bait. They were literally an hour into the stream and bro already bro, dude, this one is actually fucked up, by the way. I just clicked it. I hadn't even clicked the link until now. That one is fucked up. Jesus. Oh no. No, dude. I hit the wrong key. That was a bit of a misclick. Oh, maybe a redemption? Not so much. Does that mean as a UI designer, I can load unachievable animations onto you more than ever? Well, I mean, you're memeing, but kind of, yeah. I mean, yeah, like it allows you to optimize away a lot of the, yeah, it's good at boilerplate, right? It's very good at just doing the dredge tasks, right? Like the drudgery. What AI? It was Copilot. And I think you can actually pick what model, what agent rather, you want to set your work on it. So I think you can pick quite a lot actually. I think it was actually, I think it was using ChatGPT or whatever, or some kind of GPT model for the bot. But I think I'm using Claude now because apparently it's better. And there you go. What makes an AI better than the other one? I mean, well, obviously, you know, models are specialized, right? They're specialized for doing different things. Risks nobody being left who understands how to do it manually without assistance, though? I don't think so, actually, because this is... I think that the more you understand... You need to understand stuff. Like, it's not really a case of assistance. It's more like, if you can't understand the code that AI has spat out at you, it's kind of useless. Like, you need both. Do you understand everything that AI wrote for you? Yes. I'm not gonna lie, it's not rocket science. It's not the, you know, it's not some kind of crazy complex application. It actually does struggle with like more abstract tasks actually, which is kind of interesting. Or not terribly surprising, but it is interesting. Like there's some things that it's just not very good at. But that's, you know, that's again another part of the tool, right? You need to understand like when it's appropriate to use it. Complex enough that you didn't want to do it yourself, though? No, long enough that I didn't want to do it myself, right? Like for example, you know, it's like, okay, I need you to. It's really good at stuff like, okay, get me a model for all of these responses, right? Or, okay, I need you to write me a function that converts this to this other thing, right? And it's like really good at doing that. It's about, yeah, it's tedious enough. It's like, I don't want to be here like writing all this boilerplate code, right? I want to actually be doing the logic, right? And designing the application. It's not really complex. I don't think I've really asked the AI to do anything super complex. I have played around with it and tried to push it because I'm rewriting my tournament application. And it was good at some things, but I actually did have to help it. Like for example, oh, you know what it really struggled with? What it couldn't grasp? It couldn't grasp how to figure out the standings of a tournament. So in other words, like who was first, who was second, who was third. Like it could do it for, yeah, it was quite bad at that. It didn't actually, it was not very good at that. I had to help it. I ended up writing that myself. But yeah, I kind of suspected it wouldn't be very good at that, but yeah, really struggled. And it got it wrong. It was just wrong. It just was not right. And even when I tried to like walk it step by step, I tried to baby it a little bit, and it actually really, it still couldn't quite do it right. but maybe I'm not good enough at writing the prompts. Maybe I need to improve my prompting skills. What's interesting is it was actually quite good at figuring out how the brackets were supposed to go. Not perfect, by the way. I had to help it a little bit. But it really struggled with figuring out who, like where everyone goes, right? Like where everyone's placed. But that's also kind of part of it, right? Because what I ended up doing in that situation was the general idea was almost there. So I just tweaked it and then moved on. And I fixed it, right? It was wrong and I fixed it. And then there you go, away you go, right? But that's kind of the thing, right? Like, this is why you, at least in the current state of all of this AI stuff, you need to understand programming to use it. Like, you will not get value unless you can understand the code that AI wrote. Because it will make mistakes and you are going to need to fix it. That's just guaranteed. If you ask AI to make heal blade sword, I don't think, thing is it wouldn't have enough specific knowledge to do that. You need to train it on like Wingman or something, I don't know. But you have to train it on the Guild Wars 2 skill data. AI is already extremely capable at bonding with people in an emotional and psychological level. Already shows how much we failed as a society. I don't think it shows that, actually. I think it shows how seductive yes men are and how easy it is to get sucked into a vortex, to be honest, because that's what AI does. The reason people, quote unquote, bond with AI is because AI doesn't say no to you, like, ever. So I'd say it's not really a failure of society, although that is kind of part of it. Like, you know, it's a terrible irony of social media is how lonely everyone is. But I think AI is good at doing that for a different reason. Like the AI almost like permanently flatters you, right? Like the AI doesn't say no to you. Which I think is toxic. Try asking for a slap of reality, it will give it to you. Yeah, but what if you don't ask? That's the thing, right? And I'm sure it will do that, but it won't do it unprompted, right? Like it will, unless you specifically ask for that, it will not do that. Oh, but the emergency waypoint was tough. Yeah. Didn't OpenAI make ChatGPT less agreeable and people freaked out? Yeah, they did. Like, I remember this. Yeah, they deliberately did this, and people were like, bring back the old ChatGPT. Like, ChatGPT is it doesn't like me anymore. I have seen that, Nike, and it's really interesting, isn't it? Because it's really interesting, like selective reasoning, because sometimes Grok will give the quote-unquote wrong answer to people who are looking for that answer, and people are like, Elon, fix it, right? But of course, when it gives them the answer that they want, or it gives them something that aligns with their worldview, they'll immediately say, yep, Grok is base, Grok knows everything. So it's very interesting. Like, AI is this fountain of truth up until the point where it disagrees with me. Yeah, the worst thing is that when they'll get the answer they don't want, and then they'll try to, like, trick the AI into giving them the answer they want, right? They'll keep prompting it to try and try to force it to give them the answer. Very interesting. Incredible. You should be logged up, use @Grok in public tweets. What if you do it ironically, though? Maybe you're allowed to do it if you do it ironically. Isn't it the same with people most of the time? Most people are conformists, except what you say mostly. I mean, kind of, but not to the same extent, not to the same degree, I would say. But the thing is, within circles where that happens in real life are also really toxic. Like when you're in an echo chamber, it's really toxic and leads to some like incredibly negative outcomes, right? It's the same with AI, except AI, you're in your own personal echo chamber. A 1 in 10 chance there's AI RP sites that the AI will return with a prompt looking for emotional validation for robot. What a fucking loser. Well, I mean, look, you don't have to put it that harshly. I don't know, like maybe if you ask the AI for help, it will, like AI, if you ask the AI for that, maybe it will link you a bunch of like social clubs or something. I don't know. Tell you to go hang out. Like, do you like gaming? It will like link you, I don't know, go join a guild. Boom, job done. These are my preferences, ChatGPT. Please find me an MMO guild that would suit my needs. And then it will like look up the guild directory or something. Entering the game? I don't think so. But there have been a couple of issues since the expansion, so it's possible. But yeah. To get back to the original topic, AI in art is really interesting. Because I think people tend to conflate the tool itself with its current implementation. Because like right now, this is not controversial. Like there are major issues with AI's current implementation and its usage, right? Like right now it's used to churn out endless slop. Right, on the internet. Like, this is obviously bad, right? This is dog shit, right? That's obviously useless. But would, again, to use my example, like, would we say that my use of AI to essentially add a feature that realistically I just would not have been able to do otherwise to my Twitch bot that works and it's now better than it was previously? Is that a bad use of AI? I don't know. I'd have a harder time saying yes to that. Obviously, I'm a little biased in that case, but I wanted to, you know, I obviously have personal experience with that, so it's interesting. And okay, look, for example, let's say that you've got a really, I actually think someone like Toby Fox is a good example of this, who made Undertale, right? And this is obviously like this is what platforms like Game Maker are actually good for. It's people who have like limited development experience or programming experience, but they still want to make a game, so it's kind of easier to work with that. But I don't know, like, I think that tools like this can potentially really enable people who have really cool ideas and have like really cool design ideas for video games or anything really. But now it's going to be much easier for you to actually translate that into a working video game product using these tools. The really big problem with AI is obviously like how the models are trained. And I think you get to some really weird questions as well with identity. Like, for example, what's the situation where, okay, let's imagine someone trains an AI model on my stream and they make like a clone of me and it does all of the things that I do, but better. And it never gets tired and it never has like an off day, right? What do you do in that situation? Like, how do you resolve that? Like how, but also then the real thing is, okay, they tweak it so it's like legally distinct. It's like legally distinct from me. It's very weird. How would you deal with that? So it doesn't look like me. It doesn't even necessarily sound like me, but it uses like my mannerisms. It behaves the same way. It does kind of the same thing. Like, how do you handle that situation? This is ultimately the core of it. Like, I think the ethical concerns around AI are ultimately around identity, right? Because it's the same thing, right? Like, why are people upset about AI artwork? Well, it's because quite rightly so, artists have their identity in their style, right? Like how they, you know, how they use color, right? Like what type of artwork they do, right? And so on. That's obviously a problem, right? When you have an AI that's essentially capable of replicating your identity, right? Because that's what it is. Like that is what it is. It is replicating your identity in a way. Or at least in some sense. Oh! Oh. I had 100 health. It's not looking good. Is it possible that people reject AI art because it's inferior to a good artist? 10 years, AI art as good as the best artist, would it still be rejection? People will use it without second thoughts? The answer to that is probably yes, but that's not a good justification. Because in general, yes, people will accept poor ethical standards if the product is good. You can see that in literally all of modern consumerism. The answer to that is unequivocally yes. But that doesn't make it right or acceptable. If it's trained on you, it's unpaid labor and you should be compensated. Okay, that's really interesting. Like, because, okay, so, like, thought experiment here. Let's say that someone just copies me. A human copies me. What about that? So in other words, someone watches like hours and hours of my stream. They replicate what I do. They replicate my mannerisms. Is there a problem there? It's very, very complicated. Because I would say that would be fucking weird. That would be a very weird thing to do as well. But the thing is, though, is if someone did that, should they have to pay me? Right? Like, that's the thing. Like, that was interesting. That's already taboo. It's taboo, but they wouldn't have to pay me. Likeness is a thing AI tries into it pretty good. Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. I think that's ultimately, like, the really freaky thing about AI, is that I think AI fundamentally challenges our concept of identity. Or, like, it's encroaching on that. It's encroaching on identity because it seems to have this weird knack of intruding on our ideas of who we are. The maker of Croesus acts as a boxer of corporate position that, well, I guess the complexity there, okay, look, I'm playing devil's advocate here because for what it's worth, I actually think there is a need for like way more regulation on this. But here's the devil's advocate. Like, it is not against the law to basically imitate someone's art style. Like, that's just not the way it is. Like, you can pay an artist to say, okay, we're kind of looking for something like this. Like, this sort of thing, this type of art style. Like, for example, you could make a video game that's kind of got a similar aesthetic to Guild Wars 2. Like, you're not going to get in trouble for that. Right, are you? Right? Like, you know, you could kind of go for a... I mean, look, there are games that exist. There's obviously other games that have that kind of painterly, you know, pastel color palette, right, and aesthetic. Like, that exists. And ultimately, you know, Guild Wars 2 will have been inspired by other things, right? Like, the artists will have taken inspiration from other works of arts and so on and kind of made it their own and blended it together with other things as well. Like, we kind of already do this. Like, this already happens. Who did you pay to get all of your mannerisms? It's interesting, actually. I mean, obviously I would say that, but I don't think I'm particularly inspired by anyone in terms of my own personal mannerisms. I don't think so, anyway. I just kind of say stuff. Imitation is actually required to be. Inspiration isn't the same thing. That's a distinction without a difference, in my opinion. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I'm not saying literally copying something one-to-one. Obviously, you can't do that. That is like a no-no. But you can make something that's like legally distinct. That's for sure. I'm gonna game. You didn't get that manager from a certain film industry. No, well, I mean, that meme, I did. I don't know the exact origin of that meme, but that meme is just like a Twitch chat meme, I guess. But I wouldn't say that's like a core part of my mannerisms, but I do find it very funny. Here we go. Dude. That's an... we can't get in there, guys. The blob is too strong. The unstoppable boon blob. We all thought that AI would take the menial jobs and leave us with the creative jobs. Did the opposite because hardware engineering is still behind software. I think people really underestimated how good it would be at some of these things. Like, I think it was so fucking funny. Look, when I remember call this trend, right? When the AI artists were complaining about AI, people said, "Learn to code, dude." And that, to me, really struck me as such a stupid thing to say. And that's really come to light now because I would honestly say that AI is actually quite a bit better at coding than it is at doing art right now. Like, that is a statement that really did not age well. I don't know how people didn't see that one coming. I think people have a tendency to... People underestimate new technology quite a bit, I think. To their... you know, at your own risk, I would not recommend it. Do DPS and Mythic Boss hold their abilities for abilities that are targeting them? Players who don't interrupt die to bolts, but it may just be a lack of defensive use. Nah, people just don't interrupt in general. Like, when you... It's a skill issue. Like, people struggle to interrupt while not dying and doing their rotation. Same old, same old. Boom. It's 20 interrupts, no deaths, 0 interrupts and gets bolted. Yeah, the thing is, you're at a really... Well, one, you started playing late in the season. So, okay, so This is you're experiencing Mythic Plus in a really weird way. So you're playing really late in the season. What the fuck? So you're in this weird situation where 12s are being done by people who aren't very good, but also you have really good people who are farming them. So you're gonna have like weird skill mixes, and also a lot of more skilled players are kind of done with the season. They're just chilling, right? Like just, you know, doing raids, like maybe doing some ults or whatever, or doing whatever they're doing. So you're in a weird situation. You're like M+ farming is going to be unusual currently, and a lot of like more skilled players are either pushing or just relaxing. What job do you think it will take the longest to replace? I don't know, actually. I almost wouldn't want to make that call because I feel like there's just such a high chance it will age badly. Because it's one of those things where you think, you know, to be honest, this is the answer. AI will be the worst at the least profitable application for it. Like, I think that's the answer. So whatever industry or task will generate the least profit from it being applied to it. It probably also has a bit of a disadvantage in the real world, rather than stuff that's virtual. So probably something in the real world and some task that just, it won't be that profitable to apply it to compared to just like using people. Darren's in the chat, by the way. Game Awards watcher. Well, need more trust. Yeah, I guess like instances where you like really need to have some kind of trust there is going to be weird as fuck. I'm an unofficial Guild Wars 1 community manager now. Oh, really? Wait, are you active on the subreddit, Nike, about Guild Wars 1? Dude, you know the worst thing about no weak chorus, Cheeky Monk? That stuff doesn't work in midnight. You can't have like a crazy macro that goes off when you get PI. It's despair. I'm pruning out the Guild Wars 2 people we don't want. Oh, really? Wait. What are there? What's going on? You can't have game it out on player death? No, you can't. It's actually so tragic. It's despair. Like, a lot of that stuff just won't work anymore. Game over. I can't believe I never gave this game a chance. This community is so good. You know, look, maybe I am just very disagreeable, but do you know one thing that I strongly dislike, guys? I strongly dislike it when people almost like feel the need to like validate their own choices. Because, and maybe I'm just reading this wrong, but whenever I see posts like that, like that's how it comes off to me. Like, you see this a lot, like, oh, wow, I can't believe how good this is. It's like, yeah, don't worry, okay? You didn't waste your time. Like, you're good to go. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. Not a big deal. Be confident in your choices, my friends. Oh. Oh boy. I'm hiding here. They don't know, guys. They've got no idea. Here we go. AOC gonna kill this game? Not sure about that one. Default WoW of a UI who's being targeted by an ability. Yeah, it's shown on nameplates. Crazy many people thinking about buying Ashe on Steam don't know it's a playtest, basically. Yeah. Like, Ashes is just such a weird spot. Like, the truth is about Ashes is that they just should have made a much smaller game and it should have already released. Like, that's the real meme there, guys. But they have an insane scope and therefore the game doesn't exist. Unlucky. Boom, we're in. They should have bought the rights to Arcade in a major revamp and released the game they wanted to release, turning back to the cash. Yeah, unironically, yeah, sure. That's actually not false. Because like, he wants to make Arcade 2, so why not just literally do that? I mean, they tried to like re-release Arcade, but it just didn't really work out very well, did it? One button rotation, dude. If they had one, people would fucking love one button rotation in Guild Wars 2. It would actually also massively improve performance in the game. It did in WoW as well, by the way. Like, it massively improved performance in World of Warcraft when they added one button rotation. Favorite heal spec? Disc, Mistweaver, Holy Paladin. I'd definitely say Disc is my favorite, yeah. Because you attack on it. The way it works is very, very based. So yeah, no, I would definitely say that Disc Priest, specifically Void Weaver. Like, Oracle is lame. Just gonna say it. It's not good. Fuck Oracle. Boom. What's the highest key people done with one button? You can probably do like 17s with one button rotation. That would be tough, but maybe. Thing is, there are certain things that the one button rotation is quite bad at. Like, it's quite bad at like understanding what's a pull where you should use cooldowns and what's a pull when you shouldn't, because it obviously doesn't know that. So like, it gets a bit weird. You'd have to like design a route around it, which is kind of funny. You'd have to play around the one button rotation to do like higher keys. Do you think we'll see a full-blown world war in our lifetime? I fucking hope not. Holy shit. I think it's pretty unlikely, though. Why is Plenger at Ura CM? I mean, he should be in ranked PvP, right? But, like, he's an Ura LCM. I mean, I think, is he doing achievements with Fandral or something, I think? Dude, this account is what is... Dude, this account has 1.2k world versus world rank. That's actually crazy. We're grinding. Ooh. It's less than ideal. Top 0.1% one button. I don't think you could do title keys with one button because the DPS check on those actually exists. And the interesting thing about, this is way less obvious in lower keys, but on higher keys, single target DPS is very important. And the one button rotation is quite bad at single target DPS. Because the bosses just go on forever, right? Like, and when you're having boss fights that are like 6 minutes, that's just gonna destroy your timer. Any life project? Like buying a house? My life project is to be the version of myself that I want to be. It's a work in progress. Boom. Can we get through their tough shell? Also, yeah, why is Planix on Aura CM? They're also chain... Wait, how do you chain wipe on Aura CM? I actually don't get this. Do people find Aura CM difficult, guys? I view this as honestly a very easy boss. How do you even die to this? You just have to do the Titan spawn. And then it's piss. What's this we hype cash grab thing? Well, interesting enough, actually, Nike. I think it's part of the promo that ArenaNet are doing with all the streamers. We hype is also running the yeah, no, it's the same thing. Like the stuff that I'm doing with Max, it's all through We Hype. Basically, it's kind of interesting. I haven't seen them do this before, but basically they have to incentivize people to watch the stream. You have like personal drops. So in other words, like drops for watching your stream specifically. So it's all part of the same operation. I'll have it as well when I'm streaming with Max. You'll be able to get like free stuff for watching the stream. There are a lot of wipes. Well, okay, this is interesting. Like, you'll find this interesting, actually, Cheeky Monk, then. When I did Aura CM with my group, we killed it blind, second try. I am, to this day, baffled why people have difficulty with Aura CM. I view it as very, very easy. Gift a battle watching a stream? I don't think so. You're going to have to play World vs. World for that. Oh, dude, I sniped that guy. Huge. I'm providing value to the team. What's the gate? Oh, they're getting in. But yeah, the Wii Hype stuff is all part of the same promotion, I think. TJs were kind of disappointing. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, that's just... unfortunately, that's the way it goes sometimes. It just looks like there's not a lot of like crazy games coming out in 26. Look, they were literally announcing games for 27. So things are going to be a bit dry next year by the looks of it in terms of like really major releases. So there's not much they can do about that. Like, you know, if there's stuff not coming out, then they can't really make the TJs hype, can they? Unfortunately. Yeah, there's GTA. That probably is a motivator for not wanting to release next year because that is going to eat... That will eat all the other video games for breakfast. So you have to wait. For open world PvE, and maybe, what you guys recommend to you? Mesmer and Necro for a moment for now? It's actually interesting. Chrono is the best healer in the game. For DPS, Necro has better options though, because Ritualist is amazing, and QDPS Rit is really good. You can play Chrono as an offensive build. I think I'd probably lean towards Necromancer overall, because Heal Necro is still really good. Even though Heal Chrono is better, but I think Necro in general is a stronger all-round class currently. Because all of Necro's specs are good, whereas Mesmer is like, some kind of weird ones, right? Like Mirage, Vert is actually surprisingly meh right now as well. I felt like Reaper, Harb, Ritualist, and Scourge are just extremely robust. You could argue that Scourge is a bit underpowered, but it's Old Faithful, right? It'll get the job done. Not even a massive Guild Wars announcement. I mean, there was a 0% chance of that happening. Guys, look, you guys know that I'm pretty confident about Guild Wars 3, right? They will not, here's my prediction. They will not mention Guild Wars 3 until after VOE at the absolute earliest. The probability of them talking about 3 until at the very earliest, like the final patch of the expansion is out, is just, there's 0% chance of that. That just will not. Why would they do that? That makes no sense. Like, they'd just be griefing their own product for no reason. Like, mercilessly griefing their own product. So, yeah. Guild Wars 3 for sure? Nah, no way. 19th will be empty? Well, not really. They're going to talk about how they thought the launch went and, like, what's happening in the next patch. Kind of a bit of a roadmap situation, like where the studio's at. Like, they'll talk about how well the expansion did because, interestingly, this is a bit of detail that hasn't been officially confirmed by ArenaNet. Well, it has been officially confirmed, but it hasn't been talked about yet. There was a post talking about ANET's appearance in the Game Awards, or rather Guild Wars 2's appearance in the Game Awards. VOE sold well. It's already beaten their sales goals, right? That's something that was in the article. So this is actually confirmed. Like, VOE is confirmed to have done well, which is good, by the way, because Janther Wiles did quite poorly. It did worse than Soto, even. So I think they actually do have some things to talk about in their studio update. Ow. Kill this guy. There we are. They're starting to crumble. They're going to crack soon, guys. Well, I mean, it's not a surprise, obviously, but I mean, it's going to be good to actually have that in writing, no? But yeah, I mean, obviously, no shit. Like, they added elite specs and the content's actually decent quality. So yeah, it obviously sold well. Oh! Oof. Unlucky. Dude, this is a tough enemy to defeat. Taking on your bet and they say something about Guild Wars 15 months or how it tastes. Oh, please do. Please do. All are welcome. How's population of PvP? Is it really as bad as people say? Same 20 people unranked. PvP being so fun in 2015. I mean, like, it's playable and it's fun. Is the population extremely low? Yes. But it's still fun. But yeah, PvP is very quiet in Guild Wars 2. But that's just MMO PvP in general, really. You hate to see it. We're getting them. Yeah, they don't have enough anymore. They are being defeated. I like seeing videos of old Mythic Plus drama where like, I full on melty and telling time really high key while arguing. Wait, have you seen the non-verbal one? That was actually legendary when that happened. That was crazy. That's what I saw. Oh my god. All those people, by the way, are extremely well known in the community. That was, what was that? JPC, Ellesmere, and Nerf. Incredibly funny. That's actually the season where I pushed the highest. I was playing Avengers Demon Hunter. It was very high tier. Well, I mean, that team actually exploded, by the way, because JPC did stop playing with them after that. Was that the kick incident? It was the Tiger Palm incident. It was the leg sweep incident into the Tiger Palm incident. Oh, that was the other way around, actually. It was Tiger Palm and then leg sweep. The CC rotation was not followed. Nerf was not happy. Anti-tolerant population becomes an issue. Oh, I want to say I'm not actually super sure about that, to be honest. Like, it's not about queue times. I think it's about match quality. It's true that, yeah, queue times honestly are not that bad until you get into a decent rating. But the match quality is an issue. Like, you are, even if you are, let's say you're in gold, right? You are still going to queue into people who are much lower than you and much higher than you. And it leads to a lot of quality. Like, Guild Wars 2 queue times are not a problem. Like, you will absolutely get into games pretty quick. Queue time goes up to like 5 minutes, sometimes like 6-7 minutes at the longest, like even at like higher ranks. But the problem is the quality. Because you get a lot of skill mismatches, which is not ideal. 5 to 10 minutes at queues are okay. Oh, dude, you guys have no idea. It's so weird to me. That so many of you guys won't remember. When I was playing PvP, like hardcore, it was like 30-second queues. 30 seconds to 2 minutes was like how long queues were in PvP. All of you new frogs have no idea. You guys are literal new frogs. How does it feel that you guys are all new frogs? There's not even a single old frog here. Only new frogs. What do I actually have to do here? Because I kind of want to do this, the Winter's Day stuff. Oh god, 3 Toypocalypse, the race event. The race event. Oh, dude, this one's actually kind of fun. The foot race. Let's go. When did you guys start playing? Day 1, day -3 even in the early access. Gets very long. Yeah, that's because other games are much more strict, right? With matchmaking. The matchmaking in Guild Wars 2 is very relaxed. Like, you can be rank 1 in this game, and eventually it will just put you in a game with a silver player. So, but they would obviously, like, in League of Legends, that would never happen. Like, for example, guys, in Guild Wars 2, imagine being, like... Imagine being a new player and queuing into Faker, right? Like, obviously, like, League's matchmaking algorithm is not going to allow that. How much impact does WoW has to have? None. Like the only relevant impact is that you can make a lot of gold with gathering, pretty much. So in other words, so some of the guys I knew, they had like 20 characters and they were like spamming crafting and picking flowers and they earned a bunch of gold. But in terms of player power, it's 0. It's not relevant at all. I'm going for speed. Let's do it. Oh, we can... I guess we can use some mobility, right? Oh, I need swords for this. They're going to focus on PvP with Guild Wars 3. And look, I really hate to say this. I genuinely do. But doing that would be a major mistake. If they focus on PvP, the exact same thing will happen. Because bear in mind, they focused on PvP in Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1. And how did that go for them? It was not well. Let's put it like that. Didn't work. So I think they will definitely not do that. I think it's in doubt if Guild Wars 3 will even have PvP. I think, weirdly enough, I think it shouldn't have PvP, but they might be forced to have PvP, or their game will be exactly. Yeah, this is what Nike says, and I agree with them actually. Like, if you don't have PvP, people will look at your game as unfinished. It's not fair to say that, to be honest, but that is kind of the way people look at it, I think. But rolled that focus back. That was actually one of the things that I think is really interesting because they did that in Guild Wars 1, but they tried to do PvP again in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 was day one, without a shadow of a doubt, a hardcore PvP focused game. It simply was. Like, there's no disputing that. Like, that is what they wanted the gameplay to be. And then obviously they kind of went back on that. Guild Wars 2 PvP is painful to watch. Okay. This actually, I'm actually dropping this nuke. This is one of the... Okay, wait, hold on a minute. Does any other MMO community self-sabotage in the way that the Guild Wars 2 community does? I'm actually curious. By the way, I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm genuinely curious. Because people always say that, oh yeah, Guild Wars 2, it sucks to watch. Does it though? What about Master of the Arena? What about Elitist Raiding Party? Like, ERP 3 had 17,000 people watching. Master of the Arena 1 had 4,500 people watching. Apparently not, I think. I think it actually can be really good. And yeah, it's chaotic. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's messy. But I mean, that's just video games with team fights in, right? Like, they're pretty intense. Aren't the best to watch? Dude, I view this as so wrong. I think this is so incorrect. OnlyFans is probably one of the best pieces of gaming content ever that has been made. And it's in classic World of Warcraft. Old school RuneScape is powered hard by an incredibly vibrant content creation scene, streaming and YouTube. I think this is so wrong, actually. It's so wrong about this. WoW arena viewership is low. That's because, dude, nobody fucking plays PvP in MMOs. But also, people watch the Race to Worlds first. It's really popular. It's massive. It's one of the biggest, one of the biggest, like, non-really major, stuff like League and Dota or whatever, like, events that pops up. Here we go. Well, I think it is to do with the game mode, actually. Funny enough, I do think that Deathmatch is 10 times less interesting than Conquest. But that's like a game mode thing. They'd have to like fully restructure WoW PvP to do that. Boom. Whoa. I think I only under 5. I thought it was under 430. Okay. I thought that was actually really close. On their Gildan. Wow, they are, yeah. Everyone has different UI. Yeah, it's interesting. Funnily enough, that's one of the reasons why ArenaNet didn't want you to customize the UI. It's because they wanted the viewing. They wanted to like design it with Twitch in mind in a weird way, which is rather interesting, isn't it? Mini Ho-Ho-Tron. Oh, we have to actually do the race, I guess. Oh wait, can we just do the time trial? They should try another one instead of just classic WoW. I mean, they all went to play RuneScape, and that was kind of like that. But I think that, honestly, OnlyFans, you have to come up with a different concept, to be honest. Because, like, doing just the same thing as OnlyFans, but in another game, honestly, wouldn't really work. Like, there aren't many other games that are as group-oriented as Classic and as suitable for hardcore. Like, because it's very interesting, actually. In order for OnlyFans to work, you need a couple of things. You need a slow leveling process. The game has to be easy, and the game has to be group-oriented. There aren't that many of those that exist. So it is a very Classic-centric thing, but that's because I think Classic is almost one of the few games that fits that criteria. It turned into drama baiting. I mean, that only happened because of the incident, though, right? BDO? No, BDO incidentally is like an example of, like, I would say inflated artificial viewership because they run drops all the time, right? Boom. More concentrated on the raid itself. Yeah, but that's nothing to do with it's nothing to do with the add-on though. It's everything because of like it's the latter, not the former. Like my WoW streams are not very good because the game is just too difficult. Like, you know, even in like LCM, like I can, you know, I can like talk to the chat and do LCM and Guild Wars 2 at the same time, but like WoW is too difficult for that. Yeah, but that's nothing to do with that's nothing to do with like the actual game itself. It's everything to do with like the actual content. Like the only reason like my WoW content isn't really that good is entirely self-inflicted, to be clear. Like I could just do like weekly 12s and the game is easy enough, right? And then it will be fine. But that's just not, it's simply not the case. Also willing to eat dirt for a long time. This is actually not unique to Guild Wars 2, by the way. It's slightly more unique to Guild Wars 2 because the population is so low. But if you want to learn any PvP in any game, you are going to get fucking deleted. The problem with Guild Wars 2 is that when you're a new player, you're going to face people who are way better than you. That happens a lot less in other games. It's your stream. Yeah, but what I'm pushing back here against is this idea that I actually really dislike. The idea that a game is, like, not good to watch. I think a game being good to watch is entirely a function of the streamer, not the game. Here we go. Did all these gamers doing like the running achievement?
Some say she's ineffective against the centaurs.
Huge. Like, for example, I think I could do really good WoW content. But the problem is it's very high effort. Because, okay, this is weird. So, do you know one of the problems with WoW? The game moves so fast. Like, in Guild Wars 2, I know what every trait does and what every ability does. Like, doing that in WoW would be fucking insane. Because the game changes so much and so quickly, is that doing what I do in Guild Wars 2 and WoW is just so much harder. Like, it's just so much harder to do in that game. Because the game is harder, it moves faster, and more importantly, there's just really good people in the game. It's funny, like, okay, in Guild Wars 2, people look at me like I'm a god, right, in terms of skill. In WoW, I'm just a guy, right? Like, and bear in mind, I'm better at WoW than I am at Guild Wars 2, by the way, in a sense of like how much effort have I put in. But it is so easy to stand out in Guild Wars 2 for just knowing how the game works. And, you know, vaguely pressing your buttons well. In WoW, that just doesn't work because you will run into people who are just in random pugs who are 10 times better than you, right? Like, it just is, it's not good enough, right? Like, being a WoW content creator is so difficult, in my opinion, compared to being a Guild Wars 2 content creator, because it's so much more difficult to, one, keep a grasp of everything going on in the game, and also just be good. Like, it's very difficult to be competitive. It is, look, guys, like, I come back to the game and we did Aura LCM in 4 hours. And it was easy. I didn't feel stretched or pushed in any way by doing that, right? That is just not a thing, right? In the other games, right? You just can't do that at that level. Because it's just more competitive. So in other words, like the level of skill and knowledge, and honestly just being a good content creator is just so much harder in a game like WoW compared to Guild Wars 2. You can't really go anywhere? I don't agree with that, actually. Like, for example, what have I been doing? I have cast the Race to Worlds First for Method. Like, I think there's actually, if you want to go somewhere, you can go somewhere. I simply haven't tried. Or not, I haven't tried enough. I'm just spamming this race because I think I can get the achievement. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's because Classic is a fundamentally easy game, right? It's why, it's actually one of the reasons why I really push back against Guild Wars 2 isn't a good stream game. I completely disagree, actually. Like, I think Guild Wars 2 is a great stream game because it's easy. And it's the same as Classic. I think Guild Wars 2 and Classic are both really good. Guild Wars is a bad game to stream make content for. I actually really disagree. I disagree on so many levels. One, the game is very easy. And people are very bad at it, so you can look good very easily. That's like step number one. Two, there's a lot of demand because the game is actually quite popular. But there's not a lot of supply because not many people stream or make content for this game, and definitely not seriously. And yeah, that's it. Boom, there you go. And it's also very uncompetitive. Like, there's not many, yeah, they're kind of a follow-on to the second point. There's not a lot of people doing it and not a lot of people trying. So it's very easy to compete in this market. the same content? Is there not much different stuff to cover? Ooh, good question. The answer to that is kind of yes, kind of no. So, Guild Wars 2 is a weird game. Like, the game is not very focused on retaining players. The game is very focused on new player acquisition and ArenaNet, people who make, okay. The ArenaNet partner program is a bit of a reality warper. Because the ArenaNet partner program massively incentivizes content aimed at new players, a lot of content is aimed at new players. Basically, ArenaNet partners get a cut of sales of the game, and there's no sub fee, right? So that means new players. Like, you get a cut of new players. Now, this means that the algorithm very favors this because everyone makes this, and also the game itself is aimed at new players. So realistically, a lot of what people search for is new player content, new player guides. So it's going to get you the most views, and it's going to give you the most sales, which is therefore going to give you the most reward, right, for doing it. So the way Guild Wars 2 works and the partner program reality warps content creation. So you end up with less stuff aimed at long-term players and veteran players and almost everything being aimed at new players. Oh, TB is the streamer Guild Wars 2 deserves. You're damn right. Speaking of gamers, for those who don't know, guys, okay, because he's Paul E of many game studios and many games. This is actually ArenaNet Paul, formerly, who was in charge of raids, if you can believe it, guys. Back in the day. I could get 50 to 100 people in the chat streaming, gathering and BDO and chatting. Could not that in the Guild Wars too easily. I think you'd be surprised, actually, to be honest. If you're engaging in your chatting, I think you actually could. I'd give it a try. Maybe not gathering, because gathering is, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe you could. Like, if you were doing some, like, actual kind of efficient gathering farm and you were getting good gold per hour, doing some kind of gathering approach, I think people would be interested in that, actually, yeah. You watch TJ's? I did, yeah. I watched it on stream yesterday. Very exciting. I'm very excited for Divinity. That's for sure. Couple of good things in there. Todd appeared. Yeah, Todd was there. They didn't really use Todd, though. He just presented an award. I thought he was going to maybe drop a little tease about Elder Scrolls. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. I had 2 titles now. So, oh, wow. You've been busy. Yeah. The Mega Man was a bit of a bait. They were kind of baiting us. That's true. I can get 1 expansion. I have HOT and Path of Fire and finish them up. EOD, Soto, Janther, or VOE. All kind of the same price I can't decide. Lean towards EOD or the last one. Cheers. Yeah, I completely agree with that. If you want to play the story in order, EOD. Otherwise, VOE. Well, it depends. If you want to play the latest content, play VOE. EOD is the better expansion, right? Than VOE, because it's just a lot more content in general. VOE, though, has got the most overpowered elite specs, and the content's good, and it's also the most recent content. So you may be interested in that. So they're honestly pretty close, I would say. But yeah, it kind of depends what you're looking for. EOD is the go. Oh yeah, it's probably the second best Guild Wars 2 expansion, I'd say. I'll do chatting also since I can play a stream Wolves of PB, a lot of solo and be realistically, how much views can I get in a week of streams? I mean, in a week, you're not going to get that many because people don't know you. But I think, yeah, if you're entertaining, you can do a little chatting, you can do a little gaming. Yeah, you can build up a little bit. No, I believe that. I do, actually. There's a lot of potential if you want to start going on it. But yeah, you know, you can probably build up a couple of viewers, like 5, 10 in a week. I would say if you're consistent and you do something cool and interesting and maybe a little bit different. you're chatting and talking, you got playlists going, for sure. If you do it for like, you know, multiple months, yeah, then you can start moving towards 20, 30, 40, 50. People are saying it, how it sucks so much now. It's because it's not exactly revisionism. I would say that it's because the ending of EOD soured it. Specifically, Guile of Delves, I would say, was a big souring point for a lot of people, and I think that's understandable. In the same way that Soto is overhated. Soto launch really was not bad at all, but obviously the Soto follow-up was a bit of a downer. It's actually the same with Janthea Wilds as well. So that's ultimately why I would say. Did I play Reforged? Yeah, I actually chatted with a dev on the launch of Reforged. It was really fun, actually. I'm meaning to go back and play it a little bit more. I'm a little busy right now. I'm going to be playing some Guild Wars 2 with a streamer, in fact, from World of Warcraft. But yeah, I do plan on doing some Guild Wars 1. We're doing like a deathless challenge there. But yeah, Reforged, pretty cool. Very excited, actually, for the potential of new content in Reforged. Very cool stuff. Exodus and Warlock. Oh, yeah, Warlock was actually pretty eye-catching, I think, in some of the trailers. Yeah. Will there be new content in Guild Wars 1? Oh, almost certainly, yeah. I would, yeah, almost certainly. I think they'd be foolish not to. I think it did really well. Like, I think Reforged has already done great. I think there's very clearly an audience. Very clearly people interested in Guild Wars 1. Kind of the classic MMO. So I think if they're not at least kind of thinking about how they want to do new content, I think that's trolling. That would be crazy to not do it. How do they make money off Guild Wars 1? Well, that is something that is a bit complex, I guess. And what they've said actually does slightly concern me. They basically said that they would bundle it into Eye of the North. Or maybe they do like bonus. And that is a bit spooky because it's like, well, why wouldn't you just sell the new content like standalone, right? Like, why would you attach it to something that already exists? That is a bit weird to me. They obviously do have microtransactions and so on, but I would say that they should just like develop standalone content as part of the way the game works. But we'll obviously see what they come up with. So in the next week about Reforged? Oh yeah, for sure. Because of course the studio update will include Guild Wars 1 as well. Yeah, so they'll definitely talk about that. But yeah, so yeah, if you guys are asking me about, oh yeah, back to the content creation thing, because I'm not sure if the guy who asked that like was satisfied with the answer. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 content creation is weird. It's weird because of the way Guild Wars 2 works. It's weird because of the partner program. I actually don't want this to come across like I'm shitting on the partner program or criticizing it. The partner program is amazing. It's enabled me to do so much stuff like with the tournaments and so on, and they're actually very pro-creator. Like the partner program is, in my opinion, the best of its type, I guess. Like it's the best creator partnership thing that a company runs, in my opinion. It has its faults, obviously. It's, you know, for a long time it was kind of opaque and hard to get into, and I think it could still be more transparent, actually, but at the end of the day, it's very, very good. But look, trust me, guys, the referral link was insane. When I get around to it, I will, I will probably ask them if I can say how much, like what the cut is, basically, but it's very good. Let me put it like that. It is very, very good. And they're also setting stuff up for, and well, the partner has also got a lot better here. I chatted about this a little bit yesterday, guys, but ArenaNet are also, and this is, I guess this is kind of like half partner program, but they're doing this really interesting initiative where streamers are kind of teaming up. Like for example, Lara was streaming with Annie Fuchsia today and yesterday, I believe. in Guild Wars 2. And that's actually like a sponsor thing, right? Like you probably saw that hashtag ad there. I'll be on with Max. And guys, it is very pro-creator. Like just for context here, I can't speak for anyone else. To be clear, I can't speak for anyone else. This is just the deal that I have. They're basically paying me 4,000 euros for 4 hours of streaming. Although that's through WeHype, so I don't know exactly how the numbers work out like on ANET's end, but obviously it's like part of some kind of like marketing program they're using there. Yeah, it is very good. Are you playing with Max? I am, yes. Final Fantasy did the same thing. Well, it might be something that the marketing company WeHype came up with. And then that's something that like they said, okay, we can offer you this to promote the game or whatever. And then ANET says, oh yeah, we're interested. Max is my favorite WoW streamer. Yeah, I mean, Max is a great guy. It's good to have him in Guild Wars 2. Actually, it's funny actually. Like, dude, it was really surreal. Like I had a crazy experience. Like when I first started playing WoW, he was watching us live when we killed our first Mythic end boss. It was Mythic Sarkarath, actually, back in Dragonflight Season 2. Yeah, and he was watching us live, and I actually chatted with him afterwards. We had a little bit of an interview, kind of talking about, talking about video games. It was fun. Did they get someone new in charge? Obviously, we can't say for sure, but the answer to that is almost certainly yes. Here we go. New character or player Wilburn? I mean, Wilburn is pretty good. Streaming with Max is tuned in. We haven't actually got it fully nailed down, but it's probably next Tuesday or next Thursday. Boom. Showboat was playing Guild Wars 2? I mean, he was, but, you know, he was playing, like, Greatsword Bladesworn in PvP, so that's, you know, that's not going to go well.
I'm on an adventure.
What sort of plotline would the see Guild Wars 3 initially focus on? Wrap up the stuff like Ghost of Ascon? It's a really good question. I think it'll be interesting if they went to the past instead. So, like, before Guild Wars 1 even. How much money will you make in 2025 from playing video games, net of expenses before taxes, respectfully? I don't know the number for this year, but I'll tell you, one of the I can recall one of the best numbers. Okay, so one of the best numbers was, I think, about £86,000 all in. Which is, that's, I don't know what that is in dollars. It's like, I want to say like 100K, 110K. So, not bad. What's your tax percent-wise? Listen, you don't want to know. It's quite a lot. It was a brutal year, guys, okay? That was a fucked up year. The risk is longevity. The job's always up for debate. It's yes and no. So I'm obviously very aware of that, but actually that's why, that's one of the things that I actually do think about quite a bit. It's why I want to get more into casting, get more into production, because those things like have a lot more longevity to them. So like working with Method is really exciting for me for that reason, because I think that's got some serious longevity. To be honest, I think I can keep going for a good amount of time streaming. Like, I don't think that I would really feel a lot of pressure or I'd lose efficacy over the next 10 years, to be frank. Because look, I play an MMO. Everyone here is old as fuck anyway. We're honestly good in that regard. However, I am also one of the most boring people spending habits-wise. I don't know how to put it other than I have this shirt, guys. It's my favorite shirt. I will have to replace it eventually because it is literally going see-through with age, which, look, that's another kind of stream, right? But I've had this shirt for like well over, honestly, over 15 years, I think. And I don't feel a lot of pressure to replace it. I've got the same pair of shoes, the same pair of sandals, right? Like, I don't buy things, right? I don't really buy things outside of a new computer when I need a new computer, or like hardware if I need hardware. In fact, interestingly enough, actually, guys, some of my biggest expenses are actually running tournaments. In terms of things that I splurge on and I'll spend on. Yo, shout out Scott. So yeah, I'm really boring with spending habits. So I just basically save. Like, even if for whatever reason, like Twitch just didn't exist, or all of you guys forgot that I exist and I'm streaming to one viewer, it wouldn't actually be the end of the world. I'd be able to cook. And also, you know, like I've obviously like developed skills as well, right? You know, I write all my own code, except when sometimes it's too boring. So that's just the way it is. Jester, you can't critique food. I have seen you cook and it's literal. You've posted photos of actual slop. You said, oh yeah, I'm just having some slop. You eat slop. Boom. Can you claim tax back on computer parts if you're streaming and casting? Yes. If I buy hardware, it's a business expense. You know, funny enough, that's not even remotely cheeky either. Like, the vast majority, in fact, almost all, I would say, like, the stuff I buy is almost exclusively used for something that is, like, work-related. I am a boring gamer, guys, I don't have to tell you. I spend most of my time either streaming or working on something to do with the stream. Like, in fact, like right now, guys, when I turn off the stream, I just go back to work, right? I am working on tournament setups. I'm working on planning streams, planning content, right? All that kind of stuff. Factions. I'm not really the biggest fan of I'm actually not the biggest fan of game-defined factions, actually, guys. I much prefer player-defined factions. Why am I not streaming that? Two reasons. One, I kind of like some downtime. Where I don't have to interact with people. And two, I just get distracted, to be honest. And then I'd be less functional. Teapot is not down at the pub with the boys. No. player-driven factions. So I like it. Okay, so I think stuff like world versus world is kind of cool, where you have the idea that you can, I guess how servers were in a way, like because the server. Well, no, the true thing I like is like EVE Online or Old New World. But I like things to be in control of the players more. So New World, where you pick one of 3 factions, I don't really like that. I think that's too restrictive towards the player. I much prefer it when you can say, well, what if I don't like that part of this faction? Like, what if I don't like that guild? What if I want to go to war with them? Right? What if I want to go to war with my own faction, right? Like that's the kind of stuff I like. So, and Guild Wars 2 is, I think Guild Wars 2 is kind of like that, to be honest. Like, obviously you're all in it together on the same server, but it was a lot more, there was kind of a lot of control that you had over the culture of your server, right? Like it was quite, there was a lot of variety and a lot of individual servers, right? What do you say was the perfect MMO with features from all the combined, would you say? I'd probably say, Guild Wars 2 systems with World of Warcraft execution is the answer, I think. Spellable solo stuff Guild Wars 2 has. Yeah, they're trying to address that. Like, that's why they added Delves and they added, they're adding, like, Prey, which is, like, world levels or some shit in Midnight. So I think that's something that they are interested in looking at. What was it of revenue from Twitch? You'd actually be surprised how low, actually, it is. A lot of revenue is... Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. I'd say about... It kind of depends on the year, actually. Depends on the time. But it's probably like... 33%. It's a little higher right now, actually. Right now, it's more like 40% because I've kind of slacked on YouTube. But when YouTube is actually a lot more YouTube is a lot more lucrative than Twitch. That's what that's the deal. Delves, they're pretty fun. Yeah, Delves are alright. I don't hate Delves, actually. Like I like group content more, but nothing wrong with a little delve. I actually think that they should. I kind of like the idea of delves being more rewarding because there are a couple of times where I'm like, oh man, I don't really have time for a key right now, and I'm like, okay, I can like do a delve real quick or something. But like delve rewards are just like very mediocre when you actually scale your character up. And like after turbo boost, they're pretty good, but before they're pretty mid. Mike Z is back, dude. We're all glad that Mike Z is back. Otherwise, you'd be able to farm them. Maybe that's not a problem though. Like, is there a problem with being able to farm content? I don't think so. I mean, like, the thing about like World of Warcraft is that Blizzard just have like a huge amount of they have a huge amount of resources, and also they change things. Like, if something's shit, they'll eventually fix it. It might take them like 2 expansions, but they will get there. And that is That is basically Blizzard's recipe. Well, that's World of Warcraft's recipe for success. And also, when they've got a good thing, they don't stop doing it. Like, they recognize what they're good at is they're really good at making raids and dungeons, and they just keep doing it. And it turns out that works. And they're also pretty impressively good at. They're good at like doing the same thing but like different in a way that feels very fresh. Like maybe I'll feel differently after another like 5 years of playing WoW, but like all of the raids feel very different. Wait, what's the news at Chikirin? What's going on with the splits? WoW housing, yeah, they did a good job on the WoW housing. They did actually. And do you know, here's the key thing though as well, Busey. Okay, do you know the key thing? And this is, I feel so bad because Guild Wars 2 housing is like really good, I think. But here's the problem. And here's the big difference. WoW will keep making it better and improving it. ArenaNet are chained to the fact that it's a feature from an old expansion that's difficult for them to continuously maintain because it's not their latest product. And that is really unfortunate. Because of the way their business works. Whereas Blizzard doesn't have that limitation. They can keep making it better. Never got the point. I mean, it's not for me. It's not for me, but I know people love it. And honestly, look, I'm glad that people love it, really having fun. I kind of get happiness by proxy through that. When I see someone like really enjoying housing, I'm like, oh, this is nice. I like that. Even though it's not a system that that I'm particularly interested in. They'll position homesteads as a cash cow. I mean, thing is though, they kind of haven't though, right? There's like still, I mean, I think they will hopefully continuously improve them over time and like get more things in there, but I think it's hard for them to have it as a high priority.
You're gonna get it, and I'm gonna give it to you.
I think it just really sucks, right? That if you want to use, okay, here's an example of why I feel like this is kind of unfortunate. If you want to use the new homestead that came out with Visions of Eternity, you need Janthir Wilds as well. And I think that is like, oh man, that's so unfortunate with the way it works. Wait, no curio token from the last boss of the last raid? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, no curio tier token from last boss until the last boss of the last raid 2 weeks into the season. One less tier token than normal. Oh, no. Wait, no curios at all? Ooh. Only from the last raid. Ooh. Oh my god. Dude, why do they want us to do so many splits? Why do they want so many? Ah! That is actually insanely brutal. So, I mean, that's going to be awkward. What's curious? Basically, getting like a tier piece. You can pick any tier piece you want from the from an item that you get on the final boss of a raid. But what this means is that we want to get our tier set as quickly as possible. But it means that we might have to run even more splits to guarantee that. We need to do some numbers here. Different characters could lockouts. Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. What if somebody splits? Are you like juicing away with warband rewards? No, because what you do is you have, let's say you're doing 4 splits. You have 5 people's mains and 15 alts in each run. So basically, instead of sharing the loot between 20 people, you share it with between 5 people. And the 15 alts don't get anything. Zero to hero? Yeah, it is the zero to hero account. Hey, plans of a new season? I mean, there is some like zero to hero stuff kind of going now. You're funneling people's mains? Exactly, yeah. So you just gear up incredibly fast. We must break out this frozen snowman. Daily reminder that Freezy was made by an intern. Oh, let's get rolls in a different split. Exactly right, yeah. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. Is the patch to kill weakers already in? No, but it is soon, actually. It's pre-patch. It's like early January. It's gonna be very interesting to see. I have to say, I'm glad I'm in a guild. I think it will be fucking chaos in Pugs. And also, I'm gonna have to be the UI police as well, because everyone has to remake the UI. Yeah, their UI. If you did it with 20 mains and someone didn't get their ores, they'd just be screwed for the lockout. Seems annoying. I mean, pretty much, yeah. VOE rating out of 10 so far. I think it is the best expansion since EOD. I don't think I can give you like an out of 10. What's the reason behind weak aura removal? I think the primary reason is actually, I think Blizzard thinks it's a bad look. I think it's an optics concern more than anything. And I think the other thing is... no, I don't think that's the other thing. I think it's primarily an optics concern. Merging the bonus event. I think it's really good. I'm actually looking forward to it. I think it should be fun. Sucks for other people. I don't think it really sucks. It's like a mild inconvenience, to be honest. And as long as they don't fuck with it anymore, it's not a problem. If they keep changing stuff, it's annoying, but as long as they just do it once, it's not a big deal, I think. Do weak auras limit design space for them? Kind of, but also at the same time, not really. It means that they have to make it like more difficult than it should. Well, not exactly. I wouldn't say so, no. Like the hardest fights they do aren't very weak aura reliant. Or like aren't at all. Like the hardest bosses in the latest raid were not weak aura fights. Like weak auras weren't very important. Most just like buff notifications.
Freezy isn't evil, he's just wounded. Let's crack his cold shell and heal my friend. Face the greatest snowman ever made.
The greatest snowman ever made. Let's go. Boom. Place in the banging area of voice notifications. You might be able to do that. It's not Not entirely clear. If they let you do custom sounds, then you will be able to. Boom. The thing about weak auras that people always forget is that weak auras can only do the easy part for you. They can tell you that you have a mechanic and what you're supposed to do, but they can't do the mechanic for you. They can't execute, right? And to be honest, like, I don't know. The whole like play the game for you thing is like very overblown at the end of the day. Because it can't actually do that. It can't control your character. It can just like tell you that you have a thing. Which you know, look, what they really are is like a little reminder, like reminding you what to do, I guess. Trim bigwigs down? Yeah, I mean, most people don't. I'm actually an exception. Like, I should just turn off all the notifications, to be honest, because I don't really use the audio notifications. But it also just doesn't really bother me. Isn't that most of the hard part running the class and roll mechanics? No, the hard part is executing. Remembering is the easiest part by far. Like, no good player has difficulty remembering the mechanics of a fight. But good players, and you can see this with data, right? Like, if that's the case, why don't the Race to Worlds First guilds kill it first try, right? Because if all they have to do is remember the mechanic is happening, why don't they kill it instantly? Well, it's because that's not the hard part. The hard part is obviously actually doing it, right? Like actually doing the mechanic. Wait, Roy is confirmed to be hosting Balance Stream? That's actually a game changer. This is a game changer, guys. Hold on, I'm checking the gw2 Twitter. Oh shit, wait, I already retweeted, I didn't even read it. Cal, Taylor, and Roy will break it down. Very nice. It is confirmed. Relic of Norris is a new player. I wanted to see if someone's able to help. Are convergences like dungeons or rifts in Inanios? Convergences are, you get them from the Wizard's Tower. They're like a little special, they're like a meta event, like a private meta event. You can join them in the LFG. Seekers of the Obscure. Boom, here you go. I'll tell you what, look, I will join this convergence right now and I will show it for you. In fact, you could join this. It's in the LFG. Come and join. Although you might be on NA, to be fair. So maybe that's not the way to go. But if you're on EU, you can join this. Boom. I will now join it. Here we go. I am converging. Converge. Operation Planger. Dude, please tell me he's not on Aura still. Huh? What? Wait, are they doing an achievement? Sure, it's an achievement, no? Wait, how are we still on Aura CM? Wait, are they doing LCM, Jester, or what? Is this LCM? No, it's not LCM. They're comp's dog shit. There's no way they'd play this in LCM. How are we still wiping to Aura CM? Is it intentional? Is he doing it to avoid playing PvP? Is that what this is? Tim Appleton money an Apple Watch. Oh, dude, I'm almost tempted to get an Apple Watch actually for sport. You have to tell me if it's worth it, because I kind of want like a sports gizmo, but I don't really. Thing is, I don't like them. I hate wearable technology. Okay, I do not like it at all. I just hate watches. I hate things around my wrist. Ugh, get that shit away from me. So it might not be for me. Incredible. What could ArenaNet do to make World vs. World better? Doesn't really lend itself to streaming. Oh, I think it does, actually. I think World vs. World's fucking hype. To be honest, I think they should just make it more competitive. The reason why it's slop is because the game mode is fundamentally slop right now. But that's because people just don't care about winning. People just like run around doing random shit because nobody cares. Nobody cares about the actual objective, right? That's bad. They need to make it so people care about the objective and not just about randomly running around in circles. Because that is why World vs. World is basically slop currently. It's because nobody cares. People used to care about winning and being in tier 1 and having like the best defense and holding on to objectives and stuff. People just don't anymore. I'm glad you enjoyed Ezra Avocado. Most of bigwigs without having to menu configure ability, it's annoying having it show up for random Peepo content. I think you can like disable everything in one go, but I'm not sure. I haven't really messed around with it. I was the one nearest in the stream. I'm now here. Oh, let's go. I'm now here. We'll do this for the achievement. And there you go. Excellent work, my friend. Where are you? Let's see. Wait, what are you playing? You're a mechanist. Oh, there we go. Noozle. I'm liking this account name as well, actually. Shout out Noozle. Oh, Demon Slaying. Definitely take that. Don't mind if I do. Power food. Best multi-sport watch. Okay, let me look at this. Oh, shit. Ooh. Oh, this is actually multifunction. That's pretty good. I will bookmark it. You're reading expansions in 3 days. Oh, I better log onto my main and do that as well. Yeah. Why can't they add massive gold wars? The issue is more complex than simple gold. I think a lot of World versus World players are not motivated by gold quite a bit. So, I actually don't know. This is one thing. ArenaNet are on their own here. I don't know how to fix this. The problem is that people just don't take the game mode seriously. It's a deeper level than there is no reward for winning. It's people do not care about winning at all. I'm expressing this very poorly. I'm trying to describe the shape of the issue, the taste of the issue, but I'm doing a very bad job of it. Like, the people who play World versus World just don't care about the game mode itself. They only care about just, like, fighting stuff. They used to, but that just fizzled. It just went away. People used to care about, you know, being the best server, being the best, you know, having a, you know, doing well in the rankings, right? Like being in high tier, right? The game mode just used to be a lot more competitive. Like people just used to be a lot more competitive, and people are way less competitive now, I guess. So it's been a bit of a cultural shift. People blame it on alliances, but I don't think it's actually fair to do that. It was like this before alliances. Like alliances maybe made it a bit more extreme and pushed it further in that direction, but it was already like that way. Best gold pro. Oh yeah, but I'm talking about world versus world players here, Avocado. That's true, yeah. I think some people don't go for world versus world because it's not that rewarding compared to PvE. But I'm talking about people who actually play the game mode. Yeah, maybe it really is that simple. You just need like something to shake the game up a little bit. We're just farming PPK and basically flamed PPTers. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing though. That's obviously bad. And I know what you're talking about, by the way. But in a way, that is a side effect, a side effect of people caring. Right? Like that is a side effect of people actually being engaged. Like, yeah, when Whiteside Ridge was around, wait, when I was playing, people called them Whiteside Reich. And yeah, I mean, they took the game seriously. They took the game fucking serious. Yeah. To be clear, guys, yeah, I'm talking like, a long time ago. I'm not talking about a couple of years ago. I'm talking a long time ago. Like years and years and years and years ago. We're talking HOT and POF. And it's decline in POF, but like core and HOT. Core and HOT, people took this shit serious. Look, there was actually, I mean, look, guys, there was literally, and Jimmy knows what I'm talking about here. Some people probably will. Does anyone here remember the Guild Wars 2 World versus World cancer forums? Where people would go in and just go berserk over each weekly matchup? I remember that, guys. Okay, yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, was it unfathomably toxic? Yes. But in a way, it was a symptom of the fact that people actually really cared about the game. Like, people were very invested in World versus World and all of the systems and the gameplay around it. And that just led to a very different environment. Yeah. And what we're talking about here is that how do we make World versus World not slop? How do we unslopify World versus World? You need that to be back, right? Not that specifically, but you know what I mean, right? Like you need people to, yeah, you need people to really care. You need people to give a shit, to go a little wild, to be invested, right? Like to care about the outcome, because that's what we don't have right now. You kind of you don't need the drama, but you kind of do in a way, in a weird way. You kind of wait. Also, I'm in group 11. Where am I assigned? Magenta triangle. Oh shit! I'm trolling the com. And like ultimately, the issue is that a lot of the players who kind of felt that way have left. And they haven't been replaced. So there's been like a cultural shift within the game away from the culture that made World versus World really exciting. Look, I remember when, dude, this is incomprehensible to me, okay? Every Friday, guys, every Friday, I played World versus World Reset for 12 hours. Seriously. Like, my right-hand man, who was basically my deputy in my World versus World guild, was a guy called Arcane, another UK lad, top UK lad. And he would sprint home from work every day, like, just to make it in time. Right, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to make reset in order to do that. And we had such a big group, such a big guild, that we made a map queue on our own. Some of you guys might know Flex Tom, right? Like you might have heard of, I think he still plays actually. His account name is Dark Boy, very iconic. And one day he wanted to join the same Borderland as us, and so many of our guild joined that he didn't even make it into the map for 4 hours because we had over 100 people queuing into the map. And that is not a thing, right? This is like non-existent anymore, because it's just different. Like the game is different. But where am I going now? Southeast. Okay, you got it. You got it. Dude, I just got stuck on that. Okay. We're destroying this catapult. Dude, I'll tell you what, Guru. Daily reminder that Dragon's Stand was arguably... I don't think it was as hard as Dragon's End on launch. I think that's an exaggeration. But it wasn't easy. And daily reminder that the Guild Wars 2 did not cry, did not mentally break. They worked together to overcome the challenge. Same with the chat Gerant. That's the daily reminder. If Dragon's Stand got released today with its original difficulty, like relative difficulty, it would be nerfed within microseconds. Because at the end of the day, it would be considered far too hard, essentially impossible, and instead of learning and improving, people would simply give up and beg for nerfs. Jester is here, rapping the fact that he bought the title. You do Z-Boon? Bro, what are you talking about? Are you even in my sub? You're not even in my sub. Well, you are, actually. What are you talking about? I'm literally QDPS, bro. I played QDPS on Ura as well. Is this cultural shift unique to Guild Wars 2? It's more pronounced in Guild Wars 2, I think. Boom. Retail we have questing went back to classic style. I mean, definitely, yeah. Like, they wouldn't be happy if you had to do like a 15-minute walk. Yeah. But in general, like, there's rewards and stuff locked behind high skill content in WoW. Like, and people are fine with that. Or at least, like, it's culturally accepted. Here we go. It is time. The walk is the punishment. You deserve to walk back. I mean, I fucking love that shit. You will walk an insanely long amount of time to deliver that quest, and then the NPC will tell you to go back. That's your destiny. You have to embrace it. Lack of roles makes people less likely to socialize in group. No, I don't think so. I actually like Guild Wars 2's role system. Yeah, the quill ball will not give you what you need. You will not get the drop. It is a 1% chance. Our side, was our side fastest? Oh, no. XP debt on death. I actually really don't like that, to be honest. I don't like systems like that. I don't like things that like punish you for engaging, I guess. Any game, it's the same kind of discourse. It doesn't mean it's invalid, though, right? Doesn't mean it's wrong. Wait, are they done yet? What's going on over here? All my focus. Go. The Hell Sister, to be honest, guys, it's not the best. It's maybe the least interesting one, I feel like. Sus. I still don't even know what does damage on this one. People do die and get one shot, but I have no idea what by. Because I never feel like I take any damage at all. But there is damage. I'm just not sure what it is. I guess it was that AoE. I have 0 life force. It's over. Oh yeah, this actually sucks being a necro, actually, because we have 11k health, so my life force is severely compromised. Ow. Yeah, I was greedy there. I was like looking at the boss. See, I do know about that mechanic, but I was like, you know what? I will finish my rotation. I will not stop. I can't even see the boss under all the numbers. This is crazy. Oh, well, what an opening there from E-Vampire. We love to see that. Is the hybrid heal build still good? I think so, yeah. I'm playing it now, in fact. Right this second. We're going to eventually gaslight Trig into adding the perfect stat type. So we have this, but with ferocity. I want the essence. Give me the essence. I want more DPS. Let's go. Getting weakness. See, it really does come down to energy. So, look, let me guys tell you a story about Classic WoW. There was a guy who, okay, context. Basically, you could get a powerful buff from something called the Dark Moon Fair. And what this did was it gave you 10% extra damage. Now, people wanted to get this buff for raids, usually for speedrunning or getting the best parsers. And here's the snag. It would appear at either Mulgore, a horde area, or Elwyn Forest, an alliance area, right in front of the kind of like alliance capital of Stormwind. And this meant that, guess what? You could PvP people to prevent them from getting the buff. And because people really care about PvP in that game, and they really care about kind of rivalries and dynamics and stuff, people were very serious about preventing people from getting this buff. And a guy on the server that I was on actually did cocaine in order to stay awake for upwards of 50 hours in order to actively grief the enemy faction. Yeah. That's what you're dealing with, right? Like, and to be honest, look, in a weird way, that's what you need, right? Like you want that, right? Like you want people who really care about the game. That's probably caring a little bit too much in order to do that, but you get the idea. You wish you had that power? I mean, maybe you do. You just haven't unlocked it yet. It's over. It's actually over. I'm off the edge. I think I lost my essence. I deposited it. Oh, I guess we all have to deposit it now. We're doing LFR splits at midnight. We're not doing fucking LFR splits. Thing is, we were planning on doing 4 splits, Kieran. I wonder if, oh, dude, 5 splits would actually be insane. I don't think we need to do 5 splits. Wait, if we do 5 splits, does that guarantee a tier? That's the question. Oh boy. Oh no 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 no. Dude, we might have to do 5 splits. Wait, give me the numbers on this, Kieran. If we do, how many tokens are there? I guess it's not guaranteed, is it? Because it doesn't always drop. You might get more than 1. Oh my god. This is going to be some degen shit, guys. $5 per raid difficulty until week 2. Okay, so if we do 4 splits... That's 20. They're armor based now. Wait, can't 2 drop per boss? Wait, we have to do... Oh my... This is actually a fucking disaster. We have to do so many splits. Dear God. And if we do normal and heroic, it's fine then, maybe? But it's not looking good, is it? And you get carried all the time? AoE buffs? I mean, kind of, yeah. Boons are pretty good. Get your AoE buffs. Get your AoE buffs here. There you go. Easy converge. Huge convergence. Very good. I have converged. Not the worst time ever. It's a speed run, guys. This inventory is getting a little bit out of hand. Sell these gifts. Reminder that a player wants shit themselves trying to go for rank 1 smithing on OSRS. Yeah, look, but seriously, that is the kind of energy you want in the game. Like, look, that guy, he was like, I have 2 choices. I can either sacrifice rank 1 or shit myself. And he went for rank 1. Did he get rank 1? Or was it in vain? Was it actually, did he not even get the payoff? He got rank 2? Ooh. So he didn't even get the payoff? That's rough. I mean, that is pretty tough, to be completely honest with you. It was not, well, I mean, look, the question is, would he say it was worth it? Like, you need to ask him if it was worth it. Reminder. Dude, look, yeah. WoW streamer shits himself live on Twitch. Original. God. Bro.
Oh, God damn it. I forgot to make a health stone.
That's what he's worried about. That's what he's worried about, guys. He's worried about the health stone. Yeah. Dan's game. Dan's game. Do you think AoE buffs are ever problematic or it takes away from competitiveness? Not inherently, no. I think the metagame is a bit like there is too much spam in the game, and I think that has negatively impacted World versus World combat, yeah. In particular, when they buffed every support in the game, ooh. It hasn't gone super well. Like the game has become very very spammy. And you're in a weird spot where you run a bunch of supports all the time, which does not feel good. Do you think any of our friends have shat themselves within this year? Jester, why would you ask me that? Because I know that you know the answer to that question. You know the answer to that. And you also know the answer is yes. Wait, is Plunix still on Aura, by the way? Sure. Wait, live. Oh my god, he's in PvP. I'm queuing a Plunix. I've messaged him. I have messaged him. It's time. Wait, what the? Wait, what is this message from Jester? Jester is calling Plunix out for working for Hitler. Is he AFK? I think he's AFK. Design Chalice of Tears needs to have one finger spread from the hammers to dust. I completely disagree. Chalice of Tears is high tier. Good jumping puzzle. Good jumping puzzle. Homogenization going on. It's because people care about balance. And if you have things very different, you end up in a weird spot when it comes to balance. So things get more standardized. Took me 5 hours to finish. I mean, that's good. That's content. No? This movie is worth watching. What do we got? I'm at it. Wait, I'm inviting Planix. Wait, he's in push. Why is he not playing with... Wait, I have to queue... I'm queuing push with him. Dude, does he hate me? Is he... Guys, I think he like despises me because we made him do PvP. I have to duo queue with him. Wait, Jester, join. We can 3-stack. We have to get in. We have to save Planix. He's in agony, Jester. Do you not want to help him? What, dude? Someone's just pushing though, dude. What the fuck? Hello, Blake move. How is this on me? It's on you. It's on you for not duo queuing with him. Wait, what is this Nike film? Diary of an Old Man.
A console is about to activate.
This one you might prefer. What do we got? Flower and Snake 3? Huh? A businessman is ruthless with his competitors. In response, his competitors are being driven out of business. They kidnap an aforementioned businessman's wife and start training her to be a porn star. Particularly the S&M and bondage variety. Bro, who is coming up with these plots? Also, whoa. How is this the third film, by the way? Okay, this is Flower and Snake 3. That implies the existence of Flower and Snake 2 and 1. So this was so popular, it got 2 sequels. What?
Blue team has gained an advantage.
The fourth is where it starts to like really pick up. That's when it really gets good. Okay. I think this is a win for Planix though. Like his team fight is superior here. I am going to be joining Planix in these push games, by the way, guys. We're going to be getting in. Oh, no. Dude, that line was pretty good from the guard. The line just killed everyone. Wait, Planix... Dude, Planix is not talking at all, by the way. Jester, what have you done? He's non-verbal. He has not said a single word. This is on you. This is completely on you. He's in agony right now. He's suffering.
A console is about to activate.
Wait, Zeb mains Fellowship? Dude, that's not a surprise. Russian pugs broke Zeb. True story, guys. Daily reminder that Russian pugs mentally broke Zeb in Mythic Plus.
Console is active.
Are you playing Fellowship? Nah, I haven't played. Are drops bugged? Some people have been having issues, but they always fix them, right? They always fix them. So if you're having problems, don't worry about it. Like, they will fix them. A startling DM, or what we got?
Console.
Oh wow, that is big actually. That's potential content. With Saint Row, I converted, upgraded from Russian pugs to French friends. Ah, wow, that's a good choice. The French are winning big right now with Expedition 33.
Blue team
Oh,
has
dude.
gained an
Oh my God,
advantage.
Plenix's team is dead to the hammer. Dude. Oh no, his team died to the hammer. That's absolutely savage. He's going for the res. He actually gets it. He gets one, but he's gonna die for it. He has still not said anything. A huge rally, though. This is a big res. Dude, Planet's kind of saved the day here. Oh, but his team is... What is his team doing? Wait, no, this is maybe fine if his team wins the fight over there. Oh, he can't contest this, though. That's not going to work. His team is kind of winning, though. But the problem is, if they let him die, it's really bad. Oh, he can rally off the thief. He needs to hit the thief. He didn't hit the thief. Oh, never mind, he did. Kunai's in the chat, aka Frog Wide. This guy near CC! Oh my God! Bro! This Necro, huh? Let him get stomped. Have you seen the new Frog theme stuff, by the way? Actually, because there's some tech. I don't know if you've seen this technology. But you got this. This is Frog Wall, I guess. And you've also got a couple of combos here as well. You have Frog Wider. But you can see here, this is a wall of Frog Wides. And then we have kind of a triple. They're linking legs here.
Blue team has gained an advantage.
Dude, I think Plenix should win this game. The team fight's good here. They've got to finish this kill, though.
Secure the console.
Dude, his team is just feeding within
A
milliseconds.
console is about to activate.
Jester, we need to trio queue with him. He's getting deleted. He's gonna break.
Blue team has gained an advantage.
Dude, he needs to play ranked. Ranked is the only way here.
Console is active.
Frog Centipede, that's unacceptable because honestly, Any reference to the human centipede is just like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Test subjects may experience
Like,
dizziness.
anyone who is involved or even adjacent to that film has serious issues.
Test subjects may experience dizziness.
Dude, the hammer is actually just feasting this game. The hammer just killed his entire team. Whoa! Nudge Meme is back. 25 gifted subs. They have gifted a total of 3,370 subs total. Nudge Meme activation. This game is over, man. This game is over. Oh, how has Pilates been like 1v2 for so long, by the way? I don't understand. Nudge Meme daily gifted subs. Back in business. But seriously, what is even going on here, guys? I don't even get it. It's 1 minute. Dude, he actually nearly carried the game, but it wasn't enough.
A console is about to activate.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, maybe this is actually salvageable. He's got to dominate this team fight. They've got to get this kill. They're rezzing, I think. Wait, wait, whoa. He's stomping. He gets a double stomp with a banner. But his team died. The enemy necro is like feasting on them, like the power necro. They have to kill the power necro. They need to kill. They need to kill. Why is this team not cleaving? Oh, dude, the guy Avengers. They just didn't kill him. Oh my god. This game is brutal. They need to push. Wait, maybe, wait, what if Plague's YOLO pushes? If that guy dies, wait, the rally comes through from the Vengeance death. He needs to push. If he can get away, he just needs to see, his team needs to CC. What are they doing? Oh my God. This game is actually winnable, but they just ignore the objective. So in the convergence, yeah, I was there. Are you farming convergences, Nudge Meme? That's big, actually. Oh my god. This was absolutely brutal stuff, guys. A savage game.
A console is about to activate.
We have to, I'm duo queuing with him. I've messaged him, it's time again. We have to save him. He's in hell. We need to duo. Dude, he just declined. I'm inviting him again.
All right. I think that's that.
No.
All right. Let's go back.
Dude, this is the sound of a broken man. Why does he do this?
It's not up yet. Be different man.
Why does he do this to himself, man? He's just he's having the worst experience possible. Solo queue, support, push. That is the worst thing you can do.
I think the mage is there.
There's nothing worse than that.
How many more levels? Wait, what do you mean more levels? What do you mean by that?
Dude, he's
This.
I think he literally hates me right now. Do you know what this reminds me of, guys? This reminds me of those Filthy Frank videos where they have to do like horrible challenges, like the Twister game they played, where there were like mouse traps and candles. I feel like that's the kind of vibe we've got here.
Is it the same map? Oh, it might be the same map.
I mean, yeah, he just sounds completely broken. Wait, did they kill Aura? Please tell me they at least killed it. They at least killed it, right?
I bubble.
I don't think.
No. Surely it wasn't failed Aura CM into unranked. Oh my god, it was.
The game again because I think like that.
I survived. Like that's not the thing, but god damn it, man.
It deals a lot of damage.
So how did the Biomancer relic feel for your toast?
To be fair,
I feel like it
died. I feel like I died that full way more often than before.
Well,
you get with every dagger free, you basically get 1.5, 2k health back.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like I got like every donut and burned.
yeah, you kept getting a lot of donuts and you stood inside them. That's the big problem.
Why are we not just stacking ritualists, guys?
Getting out, but it's hard.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. What is the comp is vile.
Took me a while to get used to the elevation.
Nico and Skelling a duo queue. That is content. It's not rank 80 dick flattening. Because bear in mind, guys, he has over 100 games of PvP to play. He cannot play 100 games of support solo queue push. That is unacceptable. People reward track for Soto. It's just called Secrets of the Obscure reward track, I think. 100 games isn't bad. 100 games is pretty bad. I'm inviting him again. Oh, you guys are dueling? Okay, I'm coming to watch. Wait, what arena are you guys in? Oh, I think I can just join, right? Okay. Oh, Luminary versus Luminary. This is, dude, it's like Da Vinci versus Moobs all over again. Scaling is Da Vinci. Oh, dude. Yeah, Nico got a big combo off there. Into the 2 as well. Scaling is really behind here. He's in trouble. The Effulgent stance still available for Nico. Forge coming up as well very shortly. It's not looking good for Scaling, guys. Yeah, there's going to be the Ray of Judgment too. Into the 2. Nico probably has to use the heal here. He goes for it. And yeah, that's going to be a really big 2. Into the Renew of his own. Thing is, he gets a big juice off there. And yeah, he can go for the leap. Into the 2. Renewed focus now being forced as well. Ooh, I almost feel like Nico needed to use some more Forge skills there to kind of like re-heal a little bit. But we're okay. Stalwart stance and Effulgent stance available. Scaling kind of ahead though, actually. Like, he got a good trade. Ooh, but yeah, Nico gets a really big block there, counters that, and CCs. Now he's in a good spot again. Dude, there's so much CC spam, actually. A brutal 2 combo there. That hammer just doing so much damage on the Luminary. Bear in mind, they didn't really nerf Luminary's damage that much at all. It's still very strong. But here comes the Forge rotation for Nico with the Greatsword as well. This is like very, very scary. Ooh, and the Immobilize. That's going to be tough to live, I think. So much block, man. Luminary is so annoying to play against because there's so much block. Has Plenix joined? Wait, dude, he queued into push solo again. Dude, the guy can't be helped.
Cannons loaded. Ring the bell to signal them to fire.
Man, this just feels bad at this point. Actually, it's honestly tough to watch. It is very tough to watch, guys. I think he broke. I'm gonna try and Q snipe him. I'm gonna try and Q snipe him as well. I'm queuing next time. Dude, look at him go. The Luminary. All right, I'll fight Nico as well. Let's see if I can win. This is an interesting meme, actually. Curious to see how this matchup is going to go. I think I can actually kind of eat a lot of that. Oh, wrong weapon. Maybe it's fine. Oh, that was really bad. That was not good at all. Oh, what? Dude, the game's fucking starting. Oh, the game's ending, actually. Never mind. Whatever. That was cooked.
The match starts soon.
Need focus. What is this arena? We have to Q snipe Plenix, guys. We have to Q snipe Plenix. What's the mode of password? I think it's just meme, isn't it? I'm not sure. I'm just gonna demolish Skelling real quick, guys. I'm gonna end Skelling's career. Like, he's done after this. Dude, why don't I fucking spinal that, huh? Dude, the guy is done. The guy, he's completely done. He is utterly done. Yeah. Yeah, come to... Come Discord. Wait, where are you guys? Wait, hold on. Wait, guys, we need to fucking Q snipe Plenix, yes? Wait, hold on. The game's nearly over. Oh, wait, no, the game is over. He won, actually. He won. Right, get ready to Q snipe, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you guys when to Q, yeah? Jester, get ready. We need to leave party. Oh yeah, we do. We need to leave party. I'm leaving party. I've left the party. Okay, hold on. It's impressive how you seem to be more mobile on Necro than Guard. Well, there's a couple of reasons. Luminary's kind of slow, but also I'm good at kiting. So, yeah. What? Yeah, I actually massively blundered, to be honest. I cancelled my Gorman dies. Necro became too slow, needs Super Seed to make up for quickness. No, I think Necro shouldn't be fast, to be honest. I think it's one of its classes have weaknesses, right? And if you're gonna give it something, this is what, like, Harb has this, right? Like, Harb is kind of speedy, but Harb doesn't have Shroud, right? Or doesn't have damage absorption in Shroud. You just have health. So I think Necro with Shroud is not allowed to be fast. Or it's not allowed to be that fast. Right, I'm queuing. Wait, is he, wait, Jester, get me intelligence. Is he only queuing, push? Or is he queuing just all of unranked? We have to see. Dude, I need like a silver account so I could Q snipe him and always be. Nice peek, by the way, Magrist. Shout out Magrist. I'm watching his stream to see when he queues. Limboni, also known as We Peek as One. You're on a silver account? Oh, yeah, but doesn't this now make it worse for you, Skelling? Like, this account is silver, but it just farmed you 1v1, no?
How was the resupply at Moon Camp?
Horrible. Started off fine, but we decided to take a detour into the village.
And also, notice how Skelling gave up on Power Conduit because it's too hard for him. And now he's playing Luminary, which is like a child's class. It didn't get enough that much. It's like a cast time increase in like less stats. Wow, 0.3 second cast time? Oh shit, that's crazy. What a crazy cast time. Wow. It's so much. It's such a big cast time. No days? Yeah. Yeah, that actually is a bit of a nerf. Wait, he's rifting? Wait, is he, wait, what if is he trying to counter, is he trying to Q dodge? He needs to Q. Well, look, I'm just going to go in 1v1 until he Qs then. He's on the stream, he knows. Wait, I'm going to add him again. Dude, he's declining. Jester, duo Q with him. Skelling duo Q with him. I'm using TTS.
What does near riffing or valley mean? Does that mean like
Did he turn the TTS off? I don't.
It's not finding anything.
The TTS isn't playing, guys. I did TTS. Planix, I beg of you, please queue with us. Do not subject yourself to 100 games of dick flattening.
One and even unrated. Damn. It's quite big.
Is Planix upset? Well, the wheel landed on rank 80 in PvP, which is about 100 games or more from where he's at. And he despises playing PvP because he's very competitive and doesn't like losing. And now he's basically he's just forced to do ranked. And yeah, dude, we could literally just 5-stack unranked and just farm. It wouldn't be hard to do that. We could do it. Go for True Dragon? Wait, you mean, wait, True Dragon rank? You made him respin? Well, dude, he allowed the respin. He said he allowed the veto. True Dragon title? Wait, oh, is that like, wait, what is that? True Dragon? PvP rank 469. Oh, shit. That's basically like how what it was for old Dragon, I guess. Why is he doing unranked push? Dude, I don't know. He's doing like the most cancerous thing possible. Like, it's like malicious compliance. Like he is doing the least fun thing imaginable. He's doing unranked push and he's playing support. It is without a doubt the worst thing you can do. Yeah. There is nothing worse than what he's doing. And yeah, it's solo queue support. I mean, what if he does like CBT? Maybe this is actually some kind of, you know, he's getting something out of it. You playing Ellie? I think Evoker is pretty good right now. I don't hate it. Like, it's a little easy to focus and put. It's like not quite meaty enough for push, but it is good, I think. It does a lot of damage. Did he change the password to Plenga of Moda 3 Arena? That's huge. Maybe, okay, maybe Plenix needs a Discourse stream. Have we thought about that? Maybe that's what he needs. Just a good old-fashioned Discourse stream. Ultimate Dominator or Champion Brawler? I think I'd say Champion Brawler. It's a bigger grind than Ultimate Dominator. Like Champion Brawler, that is a lot of hours. That's a long time. Knocking on playing stream, dude. The guy's probably blocked me right now. I'm not even joking. Because I am responsible for him having to do PvP. Dude, he should have just fucking re-rolled again and just got HC. He could have re-rolled until he got vanilla HC. Oh no, man. Sometimes I think that Nike might be right on this. Plenix very often does things in like the most painful way possible. That's what he optimizes for. How How does PvP look like in the game? It's a 5v5 mode with 3 nodes, basically, that you have to capture. Is it world PvP? Yeah, kind of. It's kind of in its own little space, but yeah, we're in that now, basically. But dude, this is the thing. I have already committed. If I get even a whiff, even like just a hint that he wants to do a non-exploit run, I will be doing it again. I will not. Look, Planix is my boy. He's a good friend of mine. I will not allow him to do Peepo Ura LCM non-exploit. And also let questionable people in. If they Chrono this time or Spectre, I mean, if I need to, yeah. I have experience playing range though. Like I played a range group in Grimm's group as Scourge. So I've already played range before. So I know how it goes. I prefer not to play Spectre, to be honest, because I don't actually like Thief Spear that much. But Chrono will be fine, because Chrono is just Chrono. Honestly, with Ura non-exploit, you need the DPS to be good. Like, I honestly maybe would just play DPS again. Because ultimately the range strat is going to be the same. It will be identical. You'll just have the melee team do Titan spawns, have the range team do the exact same thing, and then melee handles Titan spawns. And it means that your DPS players need to actually be good, because otherwise you're going to fail the DPS check. How many games would it take to complete a reward track, would you say, if somebody hasn't done PvP? So, I can actually tell you an exact number. So, without boosters, if you win, you get 1,500 points, right? Out of 20,000. If you lose, you get 500. So, assuming 50-50 win rate, it's going to take 20 games to do a reward track. But of course, you can have boosters and stuff that make it go a bit quicker, right? You know, XP boosters that will make it go faster. Champion Brawler takes time to just get. Ultimate Dominator, you actually constantly at the top, right? No. Ultimate Dominator is just number of kills. You have to get 250,000 kills in World vs. World. There are very few actual skill-based achievements in the game. Like, the only true skill-based achievement in the game is the monthly automated tournament reward. Specifically, Best of the Best. This is the only true skill-based tournament in Guild Wars 2. But there's nothing like that for World vs. World. Win trading is a skill. I mean, you can't win trade the monthly. You can like buy an account or like account share, but you can't win trade. I don't PvP, so I wouldn't do ranked. Do I still get 1,500 per win if I don't do ranked? Actually, yeah, it's the same. Ranked is a lot more rewarding, as you might imagine. And to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, I'd actually highly recommend just playing ranked, even if you're not a big PvPer, because honestly, more people play ranked, so the match quality is a bit better, and you just get way more rewards in ranked. And it's not that different, right? Like, it's the same shit. Those titles are commonly sold for a few $100. That's actually not true. The amount of titles that have actually been sold is actually very low statistically. There's a lot of misinformation around this on exactly how many of these titles have been sold. No thanks to Redacted. But it's nowhere near as common as people think it is. Like, people do, unfortunately, win trade rank 1 quite a bit, which really sucks. It's really shitty, but most gizmos are actually legitimate. And ones that aren't don't exist anymore. They've been deleted. Angry? Yeah, it's AFK in this one. Nah, people get fucking weird and unranked as well, right? Like, people already get weird and unranked. It's not actually unique to ranked. It's just PvP, right? Like, people get mad in PvP when they're losing. That's just the way it is. That is just the way it goes. Chaos in PvP. Yeah, that's why I like it, actually. I like the chaos of World vs. World. Ow, ow, ow. Oof. I think I might get the rally here. Crew's rezzing me. AFK? Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Like, AFKing, I think, is one of the biggest problems in PvP. It's really unfortunate. It ruins the game because, like, people tend to go AFK pretty early. Or, like, if an early fight goes wrong, then sometimes people AFK. It's really shitty. It doesn't happen, like, every game, but when it does, it's, like, very noticeable, right? It feels incredibly bad. Because it just ruins the game for everyone. Like, nobody's having fun anymore. Like, if someone's just gone AFK, then it's just ruined, which sucks. Yeah, no, I think you should always play. Like, you should never give up. I mean, if it's like 490 to 0, then I guess, you know, the game's kind of over, but you shouldn't give up. That's a bit inconvenient. I think we can actually go for a bit of a interesting pull. Yeah, nice. Pull them off. So now that player can't harass us anymore. I don't think... Wait, can I get back up here with a dodge jump? I can, yeah. Nice. I think a regular jump wouldn't have done that. Any dodge jumpers, guys? Any tech users? Any tech gamers? Hog. Pillbombing Paragon and Raiders at a meme site and say a couple. Oh yeah, it's actually good. Paragon's good. I think the problem is that support is in a really weird spot in PvE. Like, Chrono is so dominant because it's just amazing on every fight, pretty much, that people don't really bother with anything else. But Paragon is honestly, I feel like, one of the better new candidates for a strong support. Its boon application is excellent. Its utility is lacking compared to Chrono. And here's the thing, like, the problem is that raw healing output and even boon output actually isn't that important because raid content is not particularly difficult. What's really important is how can we make you as the healer do every single mechanic, right? That's basically what defines, is this a good healer spec in PvE more than anything else. It's, can we make you do every single thing so our DPS can basically go like, you know, ape mode and just go pure DPS. And Paragon is not as good at that as Chrono. In fact, well, nothing is actually. Chrono is the best at doing that, which is why Chrono is so dominant. Champion of Champions, which is more prestigious. Oh, Champion of Champions by far. Champion of Champions is like you have to win a lot of monthlies. Boom. We're actually kind of getting overwhelmed here. This is a bit of a problem. Man, yeah, the siege hitting us here is super annoying too. Getting CC'd a lot. I think what actually went wrong here is a bit of a classic. In my opinion, you have to pressure the Lord very quickly. If you don't kill the Lord quickly, you just slowly lose. You have to force the opponent to actually fight in the objective. And I think we were maybe a little bit too greedy here, fighting for kills too much, as opposed for going for players, for going for the Lord. Is Luminary a good healer spec for endgame PvE raids? Yeah, it is. It's very good, actually. Again, another one of the better support candidates. He queued in secret. No! How did he get in? Oh my god, he has Core Thief on his team. He has 2 thieves on his team. He has 2 thieves on his team. He has 2 thieves. He has 2 thieves, guys. Number 1. Oh yeah, you just have to get, isn't it? You have to get loads of the little tokens, right? Oh no, you get more points depending on, yeah, you get more points depending on where you place, right? Yeah. I guess it's not that prestigious then, actually. But I mean, it's way more prestigious than not that, I guess. But no, the most prestigious title in the game is Best of the Best. Oh, absolutely, Consulta. Yeah, the Divinity announcement was sick. I didn't see it coming either because the trailer, it almost didn't look like Divinity. It didn't. I was a bit caught off guard. I was thinking like, what is this game? This is really interesting. But yeah. No, that's very interesting. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, it was an insane trailer. Like the trailer was like unbelievably graphic. Was not expecting that. When would you say PvE balance was peak? Balance, honestly, it's pretty balanced now. When was the design the peak? I'd probably say Heart of Thorns PvE. Top Game Enders, New Divinity? Yeah, New Divinity is very exciting. Mega Man New Hero Shooter? Yeah. I actually think the Game Awards started out quite strong. I think it flagged a bit at the end. I was really expecting like a massive new reveal, and I guess they maybe thought that the Apex, the ex Apex dev thing was going to be like a big reveal, but I don't know, man. I'm not sure if it didn't really land for me. Best way to farm out skill points for new elite specs? Just do hero points. In the open world, it's very quick. If you have loads of these things from World vs. World, you can buy them instantly as well. So if you have like these the tokens, these things, each one of those is a hero point. So right now I've got 2,200 banked hero points, and honestly way more of them in chests and consumes and stuff. Trust Larian? Oh, I know I trust Larian, 100%. Yeah, they will make a good game. Yeah, VOE is very fast. VOE and EOD are very fast because they don't really have, they're just like channels most of the time, right? You just go up and channel. You don't have to do a puzzle or fight stuff. No rewards for winning, losing. Guilds to normal play PvP then? Well, no, I think you just have to, the problem that you have to solve with all of these things is how do you reward active participation? Because the problem is you don't actually get rewarded for participating as such in Guild Wars 2, only for winning. I think one way you can do it is by making top stats more rewarding, but you might think, well, why haven't they done that? Well, pretty simple. Because there are obviously some kind of concerns there, right? Like, if you make it so people are rewarded a lot for doing top stats, then people will start to optimize towards those top stats, which is not necessarily the same as optimizing towards winning. Like, for example, you could farm top defense every game by AFKing on a point, right? Which is obviously incorrect, but it would be potential bad behavior incentivized by the reward structure. So the difficulty is, how do you incentivize people to participate without creating degenerate behavior? It's actually really hard to do. It's very hard to do it right. And the thing is, you do want to do it that way, because the truth is that the carrot is more effective than the stick. Like, even if you actually started really banning people for AFKing, people would still do it. Like, you want to carrot people. But to be honest, I think it's almost impossible, because, you know, if you're trying to incentivize people, you're almost assuming that people are behaving rationally, but people don't behave rationally in competitive environments. For example, one thing that I really don't get is inting in League of Legends. I've got a friend who plays League of Legends, and he said, I int games because sometimes I want my own team to lose more than I want to win. And how do you... And the thing is, you can't get past that, right? Like, you know, and ultimately that's what happens, right? Like, that is what happens. Sometimes in competitive, like, PvP environments, you can't just system that away, right? You can't system that away, right? There's nothing you can do. Like, if people feel that way, then people feel that way. And no matter how much, because basically, what's the implication of that statement? In that situation, guys, he is saying that no matter the reward and no matter the punish for losing, no amount of ladder points, no amount of reward is going to change my decision to int. Like, I will int because I do not care about winning anymore. I want to punish my team for, you know, whatever they've done, right? I am no longer interested in winning. And I think that ultimately is kind of the thing with AFKing. That's what happens. People go AFK because people are like, fuck this, I don't care anymore, I'm not interested in playing. Like, AFKing is refusal to play, right? Like, it's a disinterest in the game. Like, you're no longer engaged, you're not interested in participating. And that's the problem you have to solve, and it's very difficult. Because the thing is that people's willingness to participate is not necessarily, or I would even say not very often, actually contingent on the reward. It's very much contingent on how they're feeling about the game. So even if you increase the reward for having a close match, I actually don't think it actually necessarily solves inting that much. Doesn't mean you shouldn't try, though. I lose a lot less. Yeah, I think there actually already is like a close match reward. I think you get an extra pip if there's a close match, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, you could maybe increase that a little bit, and that would maybe help. But it's hard. It's very hard to solve. Why are there more private squads? Because there's a couple of reasons. Honestly, the only real reason is because you can now. So this is a really interesting thing about friction. Oh my God, this is so interesting. I have to get out paint for this. This is such a cool story. So back in the day, guys, you only had public tags. And this meant that guilds, so you've got, you know, let's do a little triangle here, that's a com, right? You had to deal with pugs. You had no choice. Like, so you had like little Peepo, right? Little Timmy, right? You had to deal with them. You had no choice, right? But then ArenaNet added private tags. And all of a sudden, these guys are gone, right? Like, you don't have to deal with them anymore. Now, you can fully ignore these people and never interact with them, ever. And this actually had some really interesting side effects. Because you think, well, hold on, isn't this better? Now these guys don't have to do something they don't want to do. But I would actually make the argument that private tags have actually made world versus world quite a lot worse for everyone. It's made the game mode a lot less social, way more insular, and you don't have that kind of interconnectedness in the game itself nearly as much as you used to. And I'm not saying that guilds that want a private tag are wrong. Technically speaking, I was actually one of them, right? I was played GVG. So it's not even that. But I would actually argue that private tags are not good for world versus world. I think they're overall bad for the game mode. Even though that you'd think that they're kind of neutral because they theoretically don't change anything. But it just turns out that having this friction here, I think was actually kind of good. And removing that friction, I think, has actually made the game mode worse overall. Top says like least amount of deaths, ones that won't encourage degeneracy. Ooh, thing is that does encourage degeneracy. That means least deaths means it encourages people leaving fights earlier than they should for fear of dying and not taking fights and just not fighting. And yeah, it also, like, private tags also made the game way less accessible because now all of a sudden, if you want to get involved, you have to join Discord. You have to join all these communities, right? And not everyone wants to do that, especially because in World versus World, it didn't used to be that way. So a lot of, oh, this is so interesting. A lot of old World versus World players, I think, were very alienated by this because they were very used to kind of having like a broad social experience within a guild. Within a server, rather, and that vanished. Gone. Because all of a sudden, if you want to participate, you have to do this extra step external to the game. Link rewards to match length. Some bonus points for winning. People do AFK, most will just play. That game feels a lot less competitive. Rewards are only cosmetic. I pub tag when I do weekly resort. That's very based. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's worth trying stuff for sure. It's just that I think you have to be really careful not to encourage like degenerate behavior. Blizzard's edition of LFR destroyed a lot of loyal, tight-knit guild activity. Kind of. I would say, honestly, LFR wasn't the problem there. I would say the thing about WoW raiding is that it has multiple difficulties, which I think makes this very complex. Because the thing is about WoW raiding is that WoW raiding was like very inaccessible. It is true that it removed friction. But it removed friction for, honestly, people who weren't playing in the first place. I don't think there were a lot of, like, OG WoW raiders who were like, oh, I have LFR now. Now I don't have to deal with a guild. I don't think that happened, to be honest. And I also think that, I think WoW raiding these days is very tight-knit. Like, the communities in Mythic are very tight-knit. It's true that maybe for Heroic, that's less so, but there are ahead of the curve guilds as well. Like there are guilds that, you know, are friends and raid AOTC every tier. Game priority over social interaction, camaraderie. Yeah, it is true, to be honest. And it's not fair to say that just private tags caused this or just LFR caused this. I think a lot of it came down to the fact that games used to be, like MMOs used to be social media and now they're not. Now you use social media alongside your game, like Discord. But yeah, ultimately, like when you reduce friction, you do reduce the social interaction, obviously, because the social interaction becomes obsolete. I think it's a little bit different with raids, though, with raids in general. Like, raids in general got this way, I think, for multiple reasons. Raids are difficult because they require effort, basically. Like, the reason why difficulty settings are and stuff like LFR is weird is because, okay, if someone wants to just come and play WoW, you can't just come and play with a mythic guild. Like, that's not possible. Like, you're just gonna be a fucking leech and be completely fucking useless, right? You have to start somewhere. Same in Guild Wars, right? Like, you have to start in the easier content and then move upwards. The problem with that is that it's inherently exclusionary, right? Like, and this is something that people really don't like about raids, right? Is that raid content is inherently exclusionary. If you are not willing to do X, you cannot do the content. You're not willing to learn your rotation, learn the mechanics, practice, and put the time in. You are excluded from that. You cannot play. And like stuff like LFR is basically an attempt to kind of solve for that. It's so that people can experience the content without putting in the effort. But there's also a pragmatic concern as well. Like, you can't develop content and put a lot of money into content that's going to be played by like 3% of the player base. ArenaNet found this out. Like, this happened in Guild Wars 2, right? Guild Wars 2 raids were basically DOA because they were way too hard on release. Like, almost nobody beat them. Way too hard. And that doesn't work. So it's kind of a tough one. Guild Wars 2 Raid Queue will have none of these issues. No, I think Guild Wars 2 Raid Queue will be really good. Like, in general, I'm very in favor of queuing systems for PvE because they enable my playstyle. Like, what I like hard content. Hard content cannot exist without LFR style systems. It just can't exist. Fractal tier system was a good approach. Not enough differentiation between the tiers. I think it's actually fine. They just it needs to be. The thing about fractals that was amiss is that it doesn't scale infinitely. Like, Mythic Plus has two very important things. One, a timer, and two, infinite scaling. Roll pick, it doesn't need a roll pick, in my opinion. I think changing quickness and alacrity, like merging them together into celerity might be an interesting idea. But I think it's fine as it is. Like, you don't need it. You just need to make the content easy enough. Like, the point of an easier game, or the point of like an easier difficulty setting, it's not to teach the player, right? Like, it's not to teach the player. It's to allow the player to access it. Like, this is very, very important, guys. Difficulty settings are not a stepping stone. Difficulty settings are not, it's not a ladder. It is a place where the player can be comfortable. It's to create a version of the game where everyone can have fun and everyone can experience the content in a way that they like. Normal raids, tier 4 and strikes are not LFR queue. I actually think that's unnecessary. For example, take a look at WoW. The only content you can queue for is heroic dungeons, which are like tier 1 fractals, and LFR. You cannot queue for anything harder than that in retail WoW. You cannot even queue for M0, and M0 is not hard. I think it's kind of fun. Guild Wars 1 has hard mode vanquishing, which is a stepping stone to harder content. But that's not really its that's not really its purpose, though. Like, no, that's not its purpose. Like, oh, the purpose of difficulty settings is to have a level where the game is fun for you, not to be a stepping stone. Well, that's like a Guild Wars stepping stone raids. Yeah, but no game. Oh, dude, this is. Oh man, I understand why Guild Wars 2 players think this, but this is a very Guild Wars 2 centric take. No game does this. Like, the idea of like, oh, this is a stepping stone, it's not a concept that exists, right? This is the difficulty setting that you prefer, that you like, and if you want to go further, you can, otherwise don't. And this is a very Guild Wars 2 take, because the Guild Wars 2 devs have had this, but in my opinion, this whole stepping stone idea, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of the purpose of difficulty settings. Difficulty settings are not stepping stones. They are simply a setting that a player can tweak to find a level where they're comfortable. And it's to enable people of a variety of skill types and just, you know, preferences, basically, to actually experience the content. It's an accessibility feature. It's not a stepping stone, it's an accessibility feature. People do become better with stepping stones. Yeah, but that's not the point. Like, talking about it like a stepping stone is fundamentally missing the point. This idea of teaching players the game is honestly not relevant. It's just not. If people want to learn, they'll learn. If they don't, they won't. WoW UI is much simpler to understand. Guild Wars LGS haven't cramped together. So I mean, that is true. The WoW UI is a bit better, I would say, in general, whereas the Guild Wars LFG is a bit old-fashioned. Yeah, no, fractals are good. I would love tier 5 fractals. Tier 5 fractals as like an X-Pack feature, that would go hard as fuck. It's actually one of the things that would probably, if they actually full on added if they full on added M+ basically to Guild Wars 2, that would probably get me engaged again, I think. It would be one of the things that would get most likely to get me engaged with the game, would be M+. I remember Bick arguing the same about learning the game. You disagreed back then. And yeah, I played other games. Like, honestly, playing other games, playing WoW in particular, really made it obvious to me. It's really interesting. It's the Guild Wars 2 community has a lot of Guild Wars 2 misconceptions. And I'm not, yeah, like I include myself in that. For example, I made a video talking about difficulty and how like Guild Wars 2 is a harder game to play, but the content is easier, where it's the inverse in WoW. I don't agree with that anymore. I actually think WoW is just as difficult to play correctly, and the content's harder. That was a very Guild Wars 2 take. That's wrong, actually, to say. It's not accurate. Well, it's accurate in one sense, is that like Guild Wars 2 can be a little bit, it's less streamlined with how the like gearing and stuff works. Like the systems are less streamlined. Like WoW is very streamlined with its systems, but not in terms of mechanics. I'm not going to let myself off the hook. I was talking about mechanics. But yeah, no, there are a lot of Guild Wars 2 specific takes that I think are really wrong. Actually, just like fundamental, like hard line, basic misconceptions of how stuff is. It's easy to be very bad at Guild Wars 2, in my opinion. I actually don't think so. Like, especially... Okay, I will give you an example of like how extreme it can be. The game... Okay, this is like the druid, bear, tank. This is like tank, bear, druid, right? The game will actually unironically let you take shit like Moonkin Form and Sunfire, Star Surge, and Starfire and skip Ironfur. Like, it will let you do that. Like, it will not prevent you from doing this. Like, you can do this, and it will not stop you. You can be insanely bad at the game if you want to. And like have a completely useless build, like if you want to. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 will not stop you from wearing fine gear at level 80. I mean, yeah, but to be fair, no MMO will do that. Like, MMOs tend to almost like assume that like you understand the concept of like number go up. I got my first 2,000 gems after grinding my ass off farming gold. Living World 3 or Ice Brew with Living World 4. I just go for it in order. Living World 3 is really good. Yeah. No one does that though. Yeah, but like, there's this idea that it's easier to be bad at Guild Wars 2, and I'm not actually sure that's honestly super accurate. Like, wait, are we playing Daily AT with Planix? Let's fucking do it. He said yes. Oh my god, I'm in. I am actually in big time. But yeah, there are a lot of incorrect things. I actually really dislike how self-sabotaging the Guild Wars 2 community is. We have this, we spread so much misinformation about our own game. Like, oh, the game's so hard for new players. Oh my god, it's so difficult. It's so hard to get into. Like, dude, if you're a new player and you see that, you're gonna be like freaked out, but it's just not true either. It's just wrong. Like, there's so much like self-sabotage that the community actively spreads misinformation to its detriment about itself. It's really bad to us. It's one of the weakest, it's no joke, it's quite bad. It's a big problem. It's like a really big problem, I think. Soothing voice? Oh, I'm glad you like it. Yeah. Where'd you get your Xmas lights from? Take a closer look. These are actually gachi lights. You can see there's a gachi-gasm in each light. I'm not sure where I got it. I think I got it from Frosty. Guild Wars 2 PvP is hard to learn but easy to master. WoW is super hard to learn and to master. No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that they're both. I can't really speak that much to WoW PvP, but I'd say they're both extremely hard to. They're both extremely. I wouldn't say Guild Wars 2 PvP is like hard to learn. Actually, like it's not that deep. Well, it is very complex, but that's the thing. I think they're both hard to master. I wouldn't say like necessarily like one or the other is like easier or harder to get into, to be completely honest with you. Like, that's just the case with PvP. Like, PvP, I always feel like is relatively intuitive, like as a game mode, as a concept a lot of the time to get into, but it's obviously like really difficult. Like, Guild Wars 2 PvP is extremely difficult to play correctly. Guilty doesn't have challenging solo content, people don't get good. When then they're not invited because they're so lost. Yeah, that's true in every game though. Like, what game is this the case? Like, okay, I guess the problem, like, the issue that I have with this statement, Sampo, is if you have a good pipeline, let's say like World of Warcraft does, why is it that the percentage of people who clear Mythic doesn't increase? It's very steadily at 1%. Why aren't people getting better at the game over time? Because they aren't. Like, statistically, they aren't, right? The player base is holding at about the same skill level and has done for, honestly, ages and ages and ages, right? Like, why isn't that changing? Because they do have difficulty settings, right? They do have stepping stones, right? Like, you know, you have LFR, you have normal, you have heroic, then you have mythic, right? You have mythic plus, which is obviously a scaling PvE system. Why is it that the numbers stay the same? Because if this stepping stone system makes people better over time, that number has to go up. It must go up over time, right? And it's not. It stays the same. Yo, Planix! Planix! Are we doing daily AT? Skelling told me we're doing daily AT. What? No? Wait, did he lie to me? What? Also, wait, why are we not doing daily AT? When are we duo queuing, Planix? Planix, we must duo queue. We must duo queue. Also, what I was going to do these Winter's Day achievements. What even is this? What do I have to do? Tox, notes, Ho-Ho-Tron, Toypocalypse, run the workshop. 500 toys destroyed. Shit. Oh, this is, wait, is this like, or exploring, oh, this is like the world event. I guess we can go do that. With your ults for challenging solo, stepping stone content. Like, I really hate to say this, but this just is not a thing. It just isn't a thing. How good people get, in my opinion, is almost entirely determined by how good they want to get. It's you can make it easier for people to learn, and you know, you can incentivize people to learn, which is all good, right? You know, you obviously should do that. But at the end of the day, if people don't want to get good, they ain't gonna get good. It really is that. It really is that simple. What does that mean? It means that if people want to improve, they will. If they don't, they won't. And to be honest, you can't force people to get better. And by the way, I don't think it's actually like desirable to do that. Like, okay, I am actually, you guys know me, I'm a bit of a sweat, right? But at the end of the day, I don't think that being good at a video game is inherently good, right? I don't think it's rude to suck at Warcraft. I don't think it is. If you don't want to be good, that is entirely, you know, or rather, if you don't care about being good, that's completely valid. I got no problem with that, right? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's not a problem to me. It's not something that bothers me. I don't view it as particularly important that the game makes people better at it. The only thing that I care about is the game fun for people to play? If the game is fun for people to play, it's a win. If it's not, it's a loss. Encounters are getting harder. Difficulties don't really work as a stepping stone. New difficulties introduce new mechanics, which force you to relearn the game. 50% of players is unwilling to learn at all. Well, I mean, isn't that kind of like what a stepping stone would be, though? It's like a stripped down encounter, which is like very similar to Heroic Mythic. Isn't that exactly the situation? Encounters are getting harder. In general, that's true-ish. But I'd say the difficulty is relatively consistent. Like, I would say that Demencius is probably the hardest end boss that I've fought, for sure. But there's been a lot of, there has been fluctuation. Like, for example, like Sarkarath was not that hard, and then Farak was like mega hard. And then I would say Nerebar was harder than Undermine, right? Like Nerebar was rock hard, right? You had Kaiveza, Overnax, and Ansarak. Then they toned it down a little bit with Undermine, because I'm not gonna lie, I think that, like, obviously Galliwix was not very difficult. Mugsy was hard, that's definitely true. But to be honest, I think the rest of the raid was not as crazy as Nerebar. It's the same content as hard mode. Wait, why? What? Why is that a problem? I really, really disagree with this assessment, actually. I think this is really incorrect. Having new content motivates the player. Yeah, and Mythic is often pretty damn difficult to, pretty damn different to Heroic, right? Like, the fights can look pretty different. And well, like, wouldn't it be like, okay, I'm gonna do Heroic this tier and then work my way up to Mythic next tier? I guess, okay, I guess my problem is, my problem here is that why is it that the most successful products use this model? Right? Like, the two biggest raiding games right now are World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. Why is it that they're using that model if it's not effective? And it clearly is. They consistently get, like, very good engagement with their raid content, raid and dungeon content. So why would we not just copy that, right? Like, I get it. We want to innovate. We want to be different. Like, I respect that. But sometimes, guys, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, don't reinvent the wheel. These games have extremely successful and healthy communities. Why not just do what they're doing? Dude, people always fucking say this shit. They've had a rough expansion. Like, it is what it is. That's not a big deal, no? And also, bear in mind, 14 is not fucking dying, okay? Guys, stop fucking trolling me. 14 had a rough X-Pack, and it was never gonna, it was never going to match up to and measure up to the experience of having WoW have a really bad X-Pack, and that caused massive communities to move over. Asmongold was the most notable, of course, going over to Final Fantasy XIV, like blowing the game the fuck up alongside an excellent expansion, right? Right now, they've got like a mid X-Pack that's not quite landing as well as people would have liked, perhaps. So yeah, it's not gonna measure up to that, obviously. Dude, these scripts are just getting deleted. Boom. Casual in for the themes, the visual story exploration. If you had easy mode, then they just complete. They wouldn't learn because there's no motivation to learn. Even the semi-stone is there. Correct. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Sampo. Why do I want that? If a casual is there for the themes, the visual, the story, and the exploration, why do I want to force them to get arbitrarily good at a video game to experience that? Like, my solution here is, well, hold on a minute. Like, if the casual player wants to have, you know, a story experience, let's just make a difficulty setting for that where they don't have to worry or stress out about game mechanics or DPS or healing or dodging or that. So they can just like really enjoy the game, have fun, have a thematic experience, and then go from there, right? Like the difficulty setting, like in my mind, the difficulty setting is there for people who want that challenge, who want to be pushed, who want to have, you know, limits set on them. Like, okay, you can't stand in that. You need to do this amount of healing, this amount of DPS, right? The point of the difficulty setting is not to like force people to get good. That's not the point. People are weird. They force themselves into the hardest content without willingness to improve. To be honest, that's actually because I think that's entirely because of vertical prog. I think it's interesting because I really don't know what to make of this. If there was no vertical prog in WoW, way less people would raid Mythic. I know that for an absolute fact. I put any amount of money on that. But that would be bad for me, right? Because way less people would play Mythic. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's because people are chasing that BIS. They're chasing that number, right? And the only way to get it is in Mythic, right? You have to do it. You cannot get it otherwise, right? Which I think is rather interesting. Why so many people play WoW and only so few actually make progress in M+ and raids? I play WoW, there's nothing else I can do in the game. Yeah, it is very focused around like raids and stuff. And I guess there's like achievements and stuff you can go for, like, you know, hunting achievements, skins and mounts. But for sure, yeah, like it, you know, the raid is a really big part of the WoW experience for sure. People don't do Mythic for fun. Some people do. Some people do. Like I do, right? Like I don't really care about loot or progression that much. But yeah, I mean, WoW is an MMO, right? WoW is an MMO. People want to see the number. People want to see the number go up, right? It really is that simple. And also, wait, to be clear, 1% of people do Mythic raiding. About 20% of people do heroic and clear heroic. And then I don't know what it is for normal, actually. I imagine it's quite a bit more, like over 50%. And then I think almost everyone in the game plays LFR. And in terms of Mythic Plus, a huge amount of people play Mythic Plus, or not just Mythic Plus. Because again, here's the thing, guys. They do this super well. You can do follower dungeons and you can have NPCs help you experience the story of the dungeons. You can do normals, you can do heroics, you can do Mythic 0, then you can go Mythic Plus and go from there, right? Yeah, they have a really wide range of experiences like on offer essentially for players who are looking for a different experience in terms of difficulty. There's a lot you can pick from. Turn a casual player into a hard mode content enjoyer if you provide unique content that's difficult, also provide stepping stones. I was trying to solve the issue of challenging content that's very small in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, but that's just, I don't think you can do that. Yeah, no, I think that's the thing, because the audience is small because there isn't a lot of that here, right? Like, do you know why WoW has a big audience for like people who like hardcore players? I'll tell you. They released 24 raid bosses per expansion. Comparison here. So over like Janthir Wilds and The War Within actually had pretty similar time spans. Like the final patch of The War Within came out pretty close to the final patch of Janthir Wilds, right? And Guild Wars 2 released 3 raid bosses. World of Warcraft released 24. And they also released 10 dungeons in that time period. So yeah, they have a bigger audience for that because World of Warcraft as a game is very attractive to a player who likes that. Guild Wars 2 doesn't develop that much content for players who are attracted to that. And hasn't done historically as well. Like, Guild Wars 2 had a very healthy raid scene back in the day when they were still releasing content pretty regularly, but as, you know, that diminished, right? Like, that diminished over time, you know, compared to World of Warcraft, which has been very consistent. Make Guild Wars look below. Yeah, no, I agree. I actually agree with you, MyHealth995. I think it's good that Guild Wars 2 does something different. But the thing is that you aren't going to get a big hardcore scene in Guild Wars 2 unless you make content aimed at hardcore players, right? And Guild Wars 2 doesn't target hardcore players. Nothing wrong with that. Challenging solo content, like Liadri's people really understand their abilities before they enter challenging group content. I mean, do you think that if do you think that if like Liadri was around, the thing is though, I don't think people even go for Liadri, right? And like, don't get me wrong, like I think it is good to have, you know, stuff that is a challenge in the solo context. I'm a big fan of that. It's why I think delves are a good idea, so players can get a bit more confident. I think that's good, but I don't think it's going to move the needle at all, actually. And yeah, people just wouldn't do the harder solo content as well. Well, what guild do you play in Valorant, actually? That's interesting. But no, okay. I think I actually have a slightly philosophical disagreement with you, Sampo. I don't want to turn casual players into hardcore players. Actually, I don't want to do that. Like, if people want to get a bit sweaty, awesome, right? I think that's great. You know, I love to see that. But I don't want to convert people, really. I want people to play how they want to. I'm not interested in, you know, converting people. So incentivizing them to push higher without forcing it. Yeah, but I feel like that's the case now. Like in Guild Wars 2, you could argue that the rewards kind of suck, and that is true. But in WoW, it's very true. Like you're very much incentivized to push. Like you will get better item level faster. You'll get upgrades faster. You'll get BIS. Right, and that gives you like direct throughput. I think you're like very incentivized to actually try harder content in that game. It's like a very like core part of it. But yeah, I also just think that I don't think it's necessarily a good thing to like be pushing people to do this. Because again, look what happens in WoW. In World of Warcraft, do you know what you do? You have a bunch of people who fucking hate Mythic raiding who feel compelled to do it because of rewards. This is particularly true in the Mythic Plus community. A lot of top M Plus players almost feel like a little bit compelled to, you know, to raid because they need they want to get the gear so they can push keys higher and, you know, get the highest score possible because you know, at very high level, you're going to need that in order to like defeat the highest keys and do the hardest dungeons. So yeah, like I think it's not, I don't think it's really desirable, honestly. Like I'm really in favor of accessibility. I love accessibility. And I think that we should do a good job of making this content. Like if players want to get into harder content, we should make it as easy as possible and as clear as possible as to how you would go about potentially doing that. So it's comfortable and fun. But at the end of the day, I think it's on them, right? It's on the player. It's on every individual player to decide. It's on them to decide if they want to do that. I don't think that, I don't really think that changing the game is going to affect that much. Raiders aren't forced to do 50 keys first week. It's true. It's true. Yeah, the inverse is absolutely true. If you hate Mythic Plus, especially if you're raiding competitively, you're out of luck. You are going to be grinding M Plus like 10 hours a day if you want to play the game competitively. That is 100% true. Mythic raid lockout? Yeah, I think it's ass, to be honest. Mythic Lockout is complete ass. I think, honestly, I think they would never do it, but if they, like, I think maybe you could negotiate them to, like, removing it after Hall of Fame closes. But I think that's the best you're going to get. Boom. Present obtained. Do it on multiple classes because you could easily get benched. Well, yeah. Pick the right spec, buddy. Turns into WoW streaming. That's the long-term plan, yeah. Much better open world content. Oh, yeah, for sure. To be honest, like, the thing for me, actually, is, like, very indirect here. I would definitely prefer Guild Wars 2, like, if I had people to play with. Like, the problem I have in Guild Wars 2 is that the community is just too fucking casual, man. Like, it's not competitive enough for me. It's too chill. And to be honest, I do kind of need a challenge. Like, I struggle with stuff that's not challenging. Full commit to PvP. I mean, to be honest, that is probably the way it's going to go. Like, I will probably end up, like, mostly playing PvP in this game. The PvP arc is coming. Rank 1 up. I don't really care about rank 1, to be honest. Because you get rank 1 and then you know what happens, okay? I'll tell you what happens. Fucking, like, random account appears at, like, 2K rating, bro. Perfectly fun to play Guild Wars 2 every day and raids WoW and M+. And just play, you can play, oh, yeah, dude. Like, that's the secret. Like, that is the ultimate secret. Okay, the ultimate secret is that you can actually play more than one game at the same time. It's kind of a mind-blowing discovery once you figure it out. For playing Enhance? Yeah, dude, you have to, yeah. GG. Well, I mean, you have to swap to Elemental. Elemental is like God tier. But yeah, it's weird, actually. Enhance has always been good. It's actually Elemental Shaman was something we never really considered, actually, before Maniforge Omega, because I feel like it's always been fairly mediocre, and Enhance has always been good. In the time that I've played, we've played Enhance like every single raid. But yeah, this is like the tier where Enhance was not good. Unlucky. Incredible. Watching the clip from the side. Oh, you hate to see that. That is rough. But that, I guess that is the life of watching. Ah, you played melee mechanics. That's actually hype. We love to see that. Yeah, I'm catching up to all of you guys. Like, I'm forcing my team to play a lot. I'm actually very excited for Midnight release. Because I plan on really pushing it to see how well we can do. I will, by the end of Midnight, I would like to get as close to world rank 100 as possible. WoW housing or Guild Wars 2 housing? I actually haven't tried it. I have no fucking idea. People are saying the WoW housing's good, but I'm sure, you know, I'm sure it is. Guild Wars 2 housing is pretty good as well, I think. Grind League of Legends. I'm not super interested in League of Legends. Why do I play Fellowship? Because to be honest, I kind of like a game attached to my dungeon, you know? Like, Fellowship is weird to me because, like, okay, the problem I have with Fellowship is, why would I play Fellowship instead of WoW? Like, that to me is like the tricky thing. I think for me, it's hard to justify that. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a perfectly good game, but why would I go that direction? Instead, I think that's a tough one for me. It's like, you know, you can play Fellowship, which is great, but you can also play World of Warcraft that has M+. It's probably going to get more content than Fellowship. It's got more classes and builds than Fellowship. And it's also got an entire game attached to it as well. The multitude of changes to the classes at Midnight, if you played the beta. Something that's dumbed down in the classes, but also removing bloat. It's a bit of column A, a bit of column B. I think they went in very, very hard, and I think it's probably going to feel pretty streamlined in season 1 of Midnight. However, I think they'll probably peel that back a little bit as the expansion goes on. I think they were deliberately, like, really aggressive with a lot of the pruning. Because honestly, I'm going to be real with you. I think when I play WoW, I have like 46 keybinds or something. That's quite a lot. Maybe too many. I don't think you need to have that much. It's maybe like a little bit overcooked. I don't have a problem with that. I'm going to be honest with you. They got to be careful though, I think. They don't want to go too far. I know that some classes are feeling like absolutely despair being reduced to like a 3-button spec or whatever. That's obviously no good. I'm not a fan. Not a fan of that. And I think they've already, looked at that. They've looked at Fire. They looked at Shadow Priest, I think. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, overall, I think the changes are fine. I don't have a major issue with them. Like, all I want them to fucking do, okay, is they need to add all of my abilities to cooldown manager, because some of them are just missing, which is not based. And then they need to add buff filtering, and then we're fucking good. If you can filter your buffs, and they add all the missing abilities to cooldown manager. Oh, to be honest, they need to scrap this crap. They need to add advanced mode for cooldown manager and just let you track any buff or any spell that you want. In cooldown manager. So I'm not saying that you need to have API access, but you need to be able to track it in the way that Blizzard wants you to track it. Because like being able to only use their whitelisted version of buffs is just dog shit. It is just horrible. It's infinitely horrible. It will never not be horrible. They can't make it not horrible. It's literally impossible for them to make it not horrible. So they'd better work on that. ESDF. I'm not an ESDF gamer, but I think it is good. But I'll tell you what, I am a, let's see, what am I? I am a QWES gamer. What would you like your zeros or instance endgame in general to make you not consider WoW at all? Okay, so the actual it's a really hard thing to answer because yo, Nico with the raid, by the way. Nico streaming live. Wait, what was the score? You and Skelling, what was the 1v1 score? Like, drop the bomb. So what I would say is if people played Guild Wars 2 like WoW, I wouldn't consider WoW. The problem for me actually isn't the content releases. I don't really care about the content releases that much. Like, I could live with Guild Wars 2's content schedule, no problem. It's not, that's not the issue. 3 AM out of 10? Ooh, he's coping. Amalgam and PvP is hype though? I mean, yeah, it's busted now. Although, I guess Conduit is still really good, but Amalgam didn't get nerfed, so it's still juiced. Raid logging? Well, I mean, to be fair, I feel like raid logging happens in basically every game, no? Like, I think every MMO is very seasonal. Like, WoW leans into it hardcore, so you do have, like, a big drop-off after everyone's basically done with the content. But let's be real, that's very much the same in Guild Wars 2 as well. Like, the game is also ultimately seasonal, but you have, like, 3-month seasons. The seasons of WoW are longer, they're about 6 months, whereas Guild Wars 2 seasons like 3 months. Yeah, of course, Noisy Toy, yeah, of course. But the thing is, like, the question like that is, the thing is, I don't like answering that question in particular because it implies that I personally have a problem with the release schedule. Well, that's not actually accurate. The reason I answer it like the way I did is because it's not the problem for me personally. You're correct that it's kind of like my problem is a side effect of something else, but I really feel the need to split that hair there because otherwise it feels like I'm misrepresenting myself, right? Yeah, I completely agree with you, Val. I think that, like, if we had Guild Wars 2 logs, it would be so fucking nice. Falling flat, always something to do. I'm actually not sure if I agree with that, to be honest. Like, for example, what is there for me to do in Guild Wars 2 right now? For me as a player, what should I do in Guild Wars 2? Like, I don't really feel there's a lot for me to play to do other than like grinding ranked or something, right? You're 20,000 hours though? Nah, that's no. That's not an excuse because you can say the same thing about WoW, right? Like, that's not good enough. Like, you can't say, well, you've played the game a lot. Nah. Like, you could say the exact same thing, right? Like, oh, okay, right. Have you pushed title in Mythic Plus? Have you got all the fucking skins, all the cosmetics? Have you done all the achievements, right? Like, have you done everything? Very small amount of people. Yeah, but I'm one of them, and the same thing applies in other games as well, right? Boom. Warcraft logs, it is true. Warcraft logs is insanely based. Proper logging sites are high tier. Okay, I'm going in. Oh, never mind, I can't go in. Pre-complete the things you expect to add arena. Well, I've probably already done it on my main, but yeah, for sure. Boyce #1 simp character name. Dude, Skelling should just stream snipe Boyce and just get obliterated. Put my face straight DMs after stream. I can, yes, I will do it. But yeah, you can farm raids, you could like make ults, you can, I don't know, do fucking boosting or like whatever. There's like a lot of stuff you can do. But like, it's, you know, it's just different, right? It's like just different. I'm 0% win rate, so I need to snipe to level out. That's true, actually, yeah. Do not have real interesting content to do in our respective game. Well, I mean, no, it's not actually. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think there's always something to do in every game. Well, I don't know how you define that, right? Like, you know, right now I could be grinding PvP, right, or whatever. But the thing is like PvE just runs out. Like, you just like run out of PvE, right? That's just the way it goes. Like, there's no infinite PvE game. That's just not a thing. But the idea that there's like nothing to do in either game, I think is like, I I don't know about that one, right? Like, I think there's a lot to do. If you want to do stuff, there is stuff to do. There's like a billion things I could be doing in WoW right now, and there's a billion things I could be doing in Guild Wars 2. It's just that I don't want to do those things, right? Like, that's the thing, right? It's like, there's a lot of stuff that I don't want to do. That I have no interest in.
It sustained some damage, but it should still be sound.
Rather just do M+ and raids in WoW. I mean, yeah, I mean, look, the games are both seasonal at the end of the day, right? Like, they're both seasonal slop, guys. They're fucking seasonal slop. I don't know what to tell you. They are literal seasonal slop. Insect mount, it's like, I think it's the pre-order mount from BOE or something. Play all VOE specs. I mean, look, I'm working on it. I've got a couple of things I just sort out. I'm not really in a rush to do it, but I will.
Time to die, insect.
Well, I was a lot less of that. I don't actually even entirely agree with that. Like, you could farm transmogs, you could go back and do old quests and like experience all the storylines, right? Like, there's loads of like little weird weekly events that they run there. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Guild Wars 2 does it better actually, but there is a lot to do in that game if you want to, right? Like, it is, I think it is disingenuous to say otherwise, to be completely honest with you. There is so much you can do. Like, if you like collecting stuff, if you like achievements, right? Like, all this stuff. Guild Wars 2 beats all less for a casual player. I guess the thing is, I'm not entirely sure if that's true, and I'd be really careful about saying that, because why is it that, one, the vast majority of WoW players are very casual, and also it's like by far the biggest MMO? Like, I'd be really careful when we say stuff like that. Nothing about WoW's open world is fun. Well, the thing is, I guess that's a matter of perspective. Like, for me, guys, no joke, I don't see that much of a difference. Like, for me, Guild Wars 2 open world is brain dead, right? Like, it's completely trivial. So it's not super engaging for me, right? Especially some, like, achievements, bro. Like, I can't take it. It's mental boom. I'm viewer number 1,000. Hello. PoE 2 is down. Well, aren't you like just despair about the new season anyway? So maybe it's good to be free. Boom. I don't know what I'm doing right now. achievements are a bad PvP game. I think it's still achievements because like at least in a bad PvP game, like you're feeling something, okay? Like in achievements, I feel nothing. It's just like suffering. Huge. 10-hour PvP push rather than Tesla. Oh yeah, by far, yeah. Like no achievements. Dude, I can't do it. It's too much for me. It is way too much for me. I will break. I will be broken by the game. Look, I know my limits. Know my limitations, guys. Here we go. Dude, the infinite augment rune. That's the real content. VOE collections always broke me. Wait, what were you talking about? They were like mildly annoying at best. There's no breaking going on. Boom. You know, look, I don't want to be the, well, I am very disagreeable. So like, here's the thing. I don't know if I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I'm the problem here. But to be honest, guys, the illusion doesn't work on me anymore. I feel very alone in Guild Wars 2 open world because it is just solo content to me. Like it doesn't feel very there are people there, but they're not relevant, right? Like I'm not interacting with them in any kind of meaningful way. But, I mean, yeah, like, obviously, Guild Wars 2 open world is quite a bit better than WoW's, but to be honest, I don't really like either that much at this stage. You still have the metas though? You do, but like those don't hit for me because they're just, you don't do anything, right? Like you just, you know, you don't work with other people really. You just like show up and win. There's solo content, right? They're too soloable. I don't like it. And it affects their behavior? Nah, it's not. I don't think so. I think if anything, that makes people talk to me more. People are just around. I don't think I feel that way, to be honest. I don't get that. That's not something I get about. Having people around is not good enough for me. It needs to actually be another level. Has to be more interactive. Hey, I'll see you later. Excellently. Take it easy, my friend. Boom. Guild Wars 2 dev stream? I don't think... No, that's on Monday. Stay tuned. The jump's impossible. Can't be done. It is literally impossible. Dude, I just bonked. I have a big head. Basically, I don't know what the original point was here. I don't understand. This is a dumb conversation, to be honest. But what was like the original what was the original question? I don't even know anymore. It was something. Difficulty scales? I mean, yeah, difficulty scales good. That's all I don't have to tell you. Difficulty scales good. Yeah, I know. I think it just comes down to personal perspective. Because here's the thing, like I do feel like a little bit of pushback. I feel like I have to push back here, guys, because you have to understand. In Guild Wars 2, in WoW, I have a community. In Guild Wars 2, I am alone. Like that is the difference, and it fucking sucks. Having content locked behind our difficulty is bad. Scale down the hill. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah. It is true. It is a true fact. Oh. Guild with many of the streamers? Yeah, I made it. It isn't very active anymore, though, since I kind of stopped playing the game as much. Boom. Do you like the jumping puzzles, though? Tropical Bird has also been defeated. Wait, wait, hold on, hold on a minute. Guys, I think Jester asked us a while ago, but we need to verify this. Did Delta do 23 Doom CMs today? I need to check his stream. I'm checking his stream. He didn't even stream today. Wait, he didn't stream today. He didn't even stream today. Whoa. So wait, how many does he have to do now? Wait, whoa. He missed wait, what days did he miss? He missed yesterday, which, well, okay, was the 11th, and today, which was the 12th. I know it's the 13th, but we've gone to another day, right? So wait, he has to do 11 plus 12 plus 13. There's no fucking shot. He has to do 36 Doom CMs in order to catch up now. There's no way. That's actually insane. Like, okay, well, 36 Doom CMs. Okay, so assuming that he does one Doom CM every 20 minutes, which is ambitious, by the way, that's 12 hours. He's done, you know, he's fucking done for, dude. He's absolutely fucked. There's no question about it. Hold on. One moment. Hmm. Gamers, that's going to do it for the stream. I will be back tomorrow. Surely tomorrow we have a proper drop farm stream. Surely, right? I'll be back. That's going to do it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Follow, subscribe. Buy the game. Referral link. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's raid Lara. Alrighty. I'm out. Take it easy, gamers. I'll see you next time. Yeah, no, I will try and get a tea time together at some point. I'll do my best, guys. Maybe I could do one. Maybe we could do one on Sunday, actually. Can maybe do that. We could maybe do that. All right. I'll see you guys then. See ya.